Hey guys, tonight we slip beneath the surface of your thoughts, past the flickering noise of the day, into something older, quieter, a space that blurs the edge between waking and dream. Maybe you're lying still, the room dimmed, shadows stretching across the ceiling like slow moving rivers. Maybe your breath is just now deepening. Maybe your body is ready before your mind is. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you'd like, let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's begin in the liminal, that strange, flickering place between waking and dream. You know it well, that drifting moment where you're not quite here, not quite gone. Maybe your body is heavy, sinking, while your mind flutters and lifts like a kite in a slow wind. Reality begins to lose its hard edges. Time forgets how to march. Thoughts float like feathers through your skull. This curtain between states, it's not a wall, but a shimmer. You pass through it every night. You never remember the moment it parts. And yet, it's the most honest place you've ever been, because in that sliver of in-between, the world you leave behind and the world you enter both seem equally real and equally false. Your bed is still beneath you, and yet the sky is bending above a desert you've never visited. A voice calls your name, but you're alone in the room. You feel gravity, but you're weightless. You are both awake and not, and strangely, neither feels more true than the other. That moment, that slip, challenges everything we think we know about consciousness. Because if you can be both present and absent, if you can be and not be at the same time, then what exactly are you? Is consciousness a switch, on or off? Or is it a gradient, a dimming lamp instead of a light bulb? Your brain waves change as you descend, alpha, theta, delta. But your awareness, that slippery thing, it never quite follows the rules. Sometimes you'll dream before you're asleep. Sometimes you'll hear a sound, and it enters both worlds at once, echoing in your bedroom and inside your dream. Where is the boundary? Is there one? Scientists call it the hypnagogic state, a bridge, a fade, a twilight. But names don't contain it. You feel it more than you can define it. It's like trying to cup mist in your hands. And in that mist, strange things begin to surface. Faces you've never seen, staring. Words you don't know, whispered. Rooms you've never walked in, glowing with a remembered familiarity. Where do these fragments come from? Some say the subconscious, the storage room of your mind, is unlocking, letting loose old memories and symbols. Others wonder, what if it's more? What if you're tuning into something external, a shared layer beneath reality, like a dream world lattice we all brush against but forget? And still others ask, what if this right now, this waking life, is the dream? What if sleep is the moment we return, not escape? What if dreaming is the natural state, and consciousness is the strange interruption? It's an unsettling idea, but strangely, it feels peaceful too, because that soft moment, When your eyes close but your mind still glows, it feels like slipping home, like remembering something ancient, like letting go. Some traditions believe that in that borderland space, the soul lifts partially from the body, not to flee, just to float, to loosen, to remember what weightlessness feels like. And in that weightlessness, you are no longer a body. You are not a name, not a job, not a role. You're just you, the raw I that watches, that drifts, that listens. It doesn't judge or categorize. It doesn't worry about tomorrow. It doesn't replay the past. It simply hovers in the now, drifting, soft, curious, open, and maybe that's the closest thing to your truest form. That version of you in the doorway, one foot in the world of atoms, one in the world of dreams. It is still, it is silent, it is whole. As we continue tonight, keep one part of your awareness lingering there, in that shifting veil between realms, not forcing anything, not seeking, just watching, letting your thoughts melt like snowflakes on your skin, letting your breath guide the rhythm, letting go now. Let the curtain fall. The dream is waiting, and somewhere in the folds of that dream, so are answers, or at least better mysteries. Now that the world is fading around you, let's follow the echo of that thought, the you who drifts, who watches, who listens. Let's ask something unsettling, but quietly. If you are aware of your thoughts, if you observe them as they come and go, then who is the one doing the watching? When a thought arises like, I am tired, you can see it, you feel it, you even say, yes, that's me. But wait, if you can see the thought, if you can observe it like a cloud passing across the sky, then you are not the cloud, you are the sky. This idea has followed us for thousands of years through meditation halls, temples, and solitary walks at night. And still, we can't grasp it fully, because the moment you try to turn around and face the observer, it slips. Try it now. Try to find the watcher behind your eyes, the one hearing these words, the one interpreting them as meaning, the one deciding what they feel like. Where is it? You cannot see your own eyes, not directly, and maybe you cannot grasp the self either, because it's not a thing, it's not an object, it's not even a thought. It is the space in which thoughts appear, the theater where the play of your mind unfolds. But here's where the mystery deepens. If you are not your thoughts, not your memories, not your voice, not your feelings, then what remains? What if the you talk about is just a story your brain tells itself, a useful fiction, a narrator invented to make sense of chaos? From the moment you were born, perhaps even before, your mind began stitching a tapestry. We call it a life, but it's really just a long thread of meaning woven from scattered fragments. That thread is identity. You tell yourself who you are, where you came from, what you value. You edit, revise, discard. The brain is a masterful storyteller, but What if the narrator is also part of the story? Imagine a book writing itself, not knowing who holds the pen, not knowing if there is a pen. You think, I am sad. But what is sadness? A cascade of chemicals, a shape of breath, a memory echoing. You think, I want this. But where did the wanting begin? You think, I think. And that's where it all crumbles. Because to think you are thinking requires a thinker. But the thinker is also a thought. So we spiral, a loop of awareness reflecting back upon itself infinitely. And in that loop, the self becomes slippery. It can't be pinned. It changes shape depending on where you look from. In neuroscience, they search for the seat of consciousness, the place where you reside, but they don't find a throne, no command center, just a vast interwoven network. Lights flicker across the brain, signals pass like whispers through corridors, but no single place says, here I am you. And maybe that's the point. Maybe you aren't in the brain. Maybe you are the brain. Or maybe you are its dream, like smoke rising from a fire. The mind is the heat, and you are the shimmering illusions in the air. It's not bleak, it's liberating. Because if the self is not a fixed thing, you are not trapped. You are fluid, unbound, ever-changing. A wave in a field, a note in a song, momentary, beautiful, not because it lasts, but because it passes. And yet, there is still that ache, that strange familiarity, a sense that underneath all of it, something is constant, something silent, unaffected. Maybe it isn't a self at all. Maybe it's awareness itself, not your awareness, just awareness, the light, not the lamp, the space, not the shape, the still lake in which every ripple forms and vanishes. You have never not been this, even when the thoughts are loud, even when the emotions storm, even when the body aches. That watcher remains. It has no face, no name, no desires, but it's always there, behind every blink, every breath, every dream. So what now? Nothing to do, just notice. As you lie here in your bed, maybe wrapped in silence or maybe surrounded by soft night sounds, watch your thoughts arrive. Watch them drift. No judgment, no pulling. Let them pass like clouds across the moon, and behind them feel that sky, that wide, gentle, open space. That is not yourself. It is your source, and maybe, just maybe, it has no beginning, and it will never end. And now, in the stillness that follows, let's open our inner eyes to a question so simple it slips past notice. What is color? Really? Not the word, not the label, not blue or red or golden amber at dusk, but the thing itself, the experience, the redness of red, that strange, silent fire that ignites behind your eyes. Close them for a moment. Picture it. Red. Not a red rose, not a stop sign, not blood. Just the color. Let it burn behind your lids. Let it bloom without form. That redness, so vivid, so certain. But here's the unsettling truth. No one else will ever see what you see. You and I could both look at a ripe apple and nod in agreement. Yes, it's red. But is your red the same as mine? Or is your red my green? There's no way to know, because experience is sealed, private, untouchable. Philosophers call this qualia, the raw, subjective texture of being. It's not a measurement, not a brainwave, not a signal to be read. It is what it feels like, and it cannot be shared. We can describe it. We can point to it. We can even trick ourselves into thinking we've matched it. But your red is yours alone. You live in your own color world, a palette built by your senses, painted by your past. And yet, we act as if we all live in the same world. We talk as if we mean the same thing. We compare, we agree. We teach children to call this blue and that orange. But the experience behind the word, the flavor of that hue, that remains locked inside. Now ask yourself, if something so basic, so constant, so visible, like color, can be completely private, what else have we mistaken for shared truth? What if the entire world you live in, this glowing world behind your eyes, is uniquely yours, a dream you've agreed to call real? But it's not the same dream I see, or anyone else. Your green might be a forest to me. Your joy might feel like melancholy through my skin. Your silence might be full of noise I cannot hear. Even more strange, your brain can hallucinate color. Close your eyes and press your fingers gently to your eyelids. See those dancing lights, that shifting geometry. That's color without light. The eye creates it. The brain confirms it. The world is merely the suggestion. Some creatures see ultraviolet, others infrared. There are mantis shrimp that perceive a spectrum so vast, so alien, that our words cannot hold it. So, are they seeing more of reality, or just a different one? There is no central color, no universal blue, just signals, just translations, just interpretations shaped by biology, culture, evolution. Color is not out there. It lives in here, inside the skull, inside the mind. Now trace that thought further. What else is like this? Pain, pleasure, time, beauty, sound. None exist without a perceiver. They are not properties of the world. They are textures of consciousness, which means your reality is not made of atoms and space. It's made of experience, of sensations conjured in the dark chamber behind your forehead. A private cinema where light is interpreted, sound is woven into meaning, touch becomes memory. You've never touched the world, only your own nervous system. You've never seen the stars, only how your brain translates photons into a story called night sky. Does that disturb you, or does it liberate you? Because if reality is shaped by mind, then it is also shaped by intention, by curiosity, by wonder. And in that case, the boundaries are softer than we thought. The red you see is a signal, but it's also a poem, a fingerprint of your particular awareness, a reminder that even in sameness, we are different. Even in agreement, we are alone, and yet beautifully alone, because to perceive color is to create a private universe, to hold fire in your mind, to say, "This is what I see. This is my light. This is how I know I'm here." So tonight, as your mind drifts further from the waking world, let color dissolve. Let the red fade into black. Let the images smear like wet paint in the corners of your dreams. And when you sleep, if color comes to you again, know that you are painting in a space only you can enter, a cathedral of vision built just for you and no one else. Now, let the color fade completely. Let it dissolve into the soft gray of thought and the question waiting in the shadows. That voice you've been hearing, the one narrating your day, the one shaping these very words inside your head. Who or what is it? Pause. Just listen. Right now, there's a voice speaking, maybe calmly, maybe in your rhythm, maybe in mine. It's not your mouth. Your lips aren't moving. No air is passing over your tongue. And yet, you hear it loudly, clearly. You recognize it as you, but is it? Where did that voice come from? Did you invent it? Or did it arrive long ago, unnoticed, carried in by parents, teachers, the world? Echoes stitched into your inner monologue until they wore the costume of self. Sometimes it's kind. Other times it criticizes. Sometimes it narrates moments so mundane you wonder why it bothers. I should fold the laundry. I need to eat better. Why did I say that? It observes, comments, sometimes replays, like a stream with no beginning. But here's the paradox. You hear the voice, which means you are not the voice. You are the listener. There's a space between you and the words, a small, sacred space. So close it feels fused, but it's not. It's like watching a puppet show and realizing suddenly you're not the puppets, you're the theater. This realization is subtle, easy to miss, but profound. Because if the voice isn't you, what else isn't? Is your anxiety just a pattern of that voice? Is your self-doubt just a broken record on its loop? Have you ever paused long enough to hear the silence beneath it? Try it right now, not to force quiet, but to notice the quiet that's always there, between the words, beneath the chatter, behind the hum of meaning. That quiet is your original state. The voice came later. You were silent before you were taught to speak, and even now, silence holds you like an ocean beneath the waves. The voice may say, I am tired. I am not enough. I am me. But what if that I is just sound? What if the true I is the one that hears it, that never speaks, that never judges, that only watches? And here's the beautiful, unsettling mystery. If the voice in your head isn't you, then who has been living your life? Who has made your choices, felt your regrets, held your hopes? The voice takes credit, but perhaps it's just the radio, the static of mind, the narrator of the play, not the actor, not the writer, not the stage, and perhaps that quiet watcher beneath the voice has always been there, unchanging, peaceful, patient, a silent witness to your entire life. When you were 5 and full of wonder, when you were 10 and afraid of the dark, when you were older and uncertain and lost, it was there, watching, never speaking, just being. That is the part of you untouched by time, untouched by thought. It's not shaped by memory, identity, ego. It simply is. And here's the gentle secret. You don't have to silence the voice. You don't have to fight it, or fix it, or believe it. Just see it. See it as weather, as clouds passing over a sky that never moves. You are the sky. The voice is not the enemy. It's just not the whole of you. Tonight, as you lie in the stillness of your room, you may notice that voice still chattering, maybe about tomorrow, maybe about something small and forgotten. Smile at it, thank it, then turn your gaze inward just a little deeper and listen for the silence beneath it, because that silence is you, timeless, vast, and always awake, even when you're asleep. Now, let's drift into color, not paint, not pigment, but something stranger, something untouchable, and yet deeply personal. Color is not out there in the world. It lives in you. Close your eyes for a moment and picture the color red, not an object, just the color. Let it bloom in your mind like a flare behind the lids. That redness, that warmth, you know it so well. It feels familiar, vivid, almost real. But here's the mystery. That redness, what philosophers call qualious, is not a thing. It's a sensation, a private experience, and no one else will ever see it as you do. You could show someone a red apple, a crimson curtain, a stop sign. You could both point and agree, yes, that's red. But what if their red is your green? What if their mind paints a different hue and has all along? They'd never know, neither would you. because there's no way to peek inside another's perception. We live in separate rooms of awareness, each sealed shut, each with its own palette, its own sky, and yet we act as if we see the same world. We name colors, we teach them to children, we manufacture dyes and design flags and light up cities in neon, all assuming that what I see is what you see. But the mind is a painter, and it never shares its brushes. This goes deeper than color. It touches every sensation: taste, pain, joy. These are not objects. They're not even data. They are the flavor of awareness, not measurable, not replicable, only felt. You can describe the taste of chocolate, but can anyone taste your description? You can scream in pain, but no one will feel it in your skin. And here lies one of the deepest riddles of consciousness. Why does experience feel like anything at all? Why aren't we empty machines, just processing input? Why do we feel? Why is there a soft glow behind every moment? A sense of being inside, watching, sensing, feeling. The mind is not just a processor. It is a theater, and you are both audience and actor. But what exactly is sitting in the seat? Let's consider a stranger mystery still. Imagine building a perfect brain. Every neuron, every synapse, every signal replicated in silicon. You wire it together, piece by piece, until it matches your own brain's activity exactly. It blinks, it learns, it speaks. But does it feel? Does it see red? Or is it dark inside? This is the hard problem of consciousness. We can explain behavior. We can measure reaction. But we cannot locate experience. Where is redness in the brain? Where is sorrow? Where is love? They are nowhere, and yet they are everything. You could scan the brain of someone falling in love. You could track the chemical surge, but the warm ache, the trembling excitement, the vulnerability that exists only in them and only as them. Experience cannot be extracted. It can only be had. So now, as your eyes remain closed and your breath softens, come back to that red. Feel how it lives without shape, how it exists only when attended to, how it fades when you stop looking. It is like a dream, and perhaps it is a dream, a private dream you call waking life, one painted in colors that no one else will ever see. And as you drift further tonight into the real dream that waits behind sleep, know this: the world you're about to enter might be just as real or just as imagined, and perhaps there is no difference, only the color of experience and the quiet, invisible witness who sees it. You. Let yourself descend a little deeper now, the surface of wakefulness slipping further behind you. Thoughts begin to blur, and time becomes soft around the edges. You are floating now, not just in sensation, but in the mystery of being. Tonight, we ask a question so strange, it curls in on itself. Where is the present moment, the now, this breath, this heartbeat, this word. Where is it? We speak of the present as if we can grasp it, as if we're always standing in it, balanced between the shadows of the past and the fog of the future. But the moment we try to hold it, to pinpoint its start or end, it's gone. Try it. Notice the word you're hearing. By the time you've noticed it, it's already become memory. The present is always escaping, always dissolving into the past, always not quite here. So then, do we ever actually experience the now, or are we always living in echoes? The philosopher Augustine once wrote, "What then is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I try to explain, I do not." And you know the feeling, the way 5 minutes can stretch like a desert or vanish in a blink. Time is elastic in consciousness. It breathes with our attention. It dances with memory. It stutters with emotion. And still, we trust it. We build clocks. We schedule our days. We draw timelines and believe in a steady progression. But what if that linear time is just a fiction? What if the present doesn't flow at all? Some physicists now suggest that all of time, past, present, future, exists simultaneously. That the flow of time is a trick of perception, a narrative device. You aren't moving through time. You are simply experiencing different slices of it, like watching a film, one frame at a time, believing that the story is unfolding, when in fact, it's already complete, from beginning to end. And maybe, just maybe, you are the projector, not the image. This dissolves more than just calendars. It dissolves identity. Because who are you if not a traveler through time? You remember a childhood. You anticipate tomorrow. But those are just bookmarks. The self you were as a child is gone. Your cells replaced. Your thoughts evolved. Your name unchanged, but your essence shifting. And tomorrow's you? Still just an idea. Not yet lived, not yet felt. Which means you are never quite you in time. You are always a phantom, a flickering impression trying to catch itself in a mirror made of moments. But here is the beautiful unraveling. If the present can't be held, perhaps it can only be entered, not with force, but with stillness. You do not grasp the now, you surrender to it, like slipping into warm water, like vanishing into breath, like dreaming without knowing when the dream began. And here, in this soft surrender, time loosens its grip. The clocks vanish. The urgency fades. There is no before or after. Only this, only now, only the slow, mysterious awareness that you are here, but not in a place and not in a moment, just here. A flicker of knowing, a warm pulse of presence. No story, no past, no future, just the quiet hum of being. And as you descend toward sleep, that now becomes even softer, more vapor than shape, more sensation than scene. Sleep doesn't live on a timeline. It erases the concept of time altogether. You sleep for hours, and yet it feels like a blink. You dream entire lifetimes inside a minute. What is time inside a dream? Where is the present when the dream shifts and loops and folds into itself? If consciousness is untethered from time when dreaming, could the same be true in waking life? What if it's not time that moves, but attention? What if the present is not a river, but a mirror, and the reflection changes each time you look? So tonight, don't chase the present. Don't hold it. Don't define it. Just be still. And in that stillness, you may find you've arrived, not at a point in time, but at the doorway of timelessness, a place not found on a clock, but only in the hush of surrender, where the mind finally quiets, where thought gives way to presence, where sleep is no longer the absence of wakefulness, but the deeper presence of what you truly are. Let yourself sink beneath the clock. You're no longer ticking, no longer measuring. You're simply here now, floating in the deep interior of yourself, and in this soft space between thoughts and breath, let's open a quiet door. A door leading to a question you've never been able to answer. Where do forgotten dreams go? Every night, your mind weaves entire worlds. You run through ancient cities. You speak in languages you've never learned. You weep. You love. You fall. You fly. And then you wake, and it's gone. Gone like smoke and wind. Just a few fragments remain, a face without a name, a hallway with too many doors, a strange weight in the chest you can't explain. And then, even those vanish. So, where did the dream go? Was it ever real to begin with? Or was it just noise, neural static, electric play? Or was it something more? Think of this. Across your life, you've had thousands of dreams, tens of thousands. That means there are entire universes, entire lifetimes that once lived in your mind and have since disappeared completely. And yet, some part of you lived them, felt them, reacted to them. Some dreams left you shaken or joyful or grieving. Some changed you, even though you cannot recall a single detail. So again, where do forgotten dreams go? Are they stored deep in your memory, locked behind some curtain you cannot lift? Or are they erased completely, like footprints in water? Is it possible that part of you still exists inside them, that as you return to waking life, another version of you continues, wandering those dreamlands, unaware that the body has left? This is not a metaphor. This is a possibility, because no one can say with certainty what a dream is. Not science, not philosophy, not even you. Some dreams feel realer than life. They follow logic, emotion, physics. Others twist, fluid, surreal, terrifying, or divine. And yet you believe them while inside. You accept the impossible. you forget who you are. You forget that you're dreaming. Only when you awaken does the illusion shatter. But pause here. If you can be so fully convinced by a dream while you're asleep, what convinces you now, in waking life, that this is not another dream? Just a more stable one, a more continuous one. Lucid dreamers speak of false awakenings, where you think you've woken up but haven't. Layers within layers, dreams within dreams, sometimes 5-6 levels deep. How do you ever know you're awake? You can touch things, you can speak, you can feel pain, but you've done all those things in dreams too. So what's the difference? Continuity? Consensus? Memory? And what if those aren't as reliable as you think? What if this life, this string of days and nights, is itself a dream, one you're having now and one you will eventually forget? What if death is not an ending, but a waking? What if all your forgotten dreams were lives, each with their own sunrises, their own heartbreaks, their own moments of impossible beauty? What if you've lived countless times before, and you've simply forgotten, just like last night's dream, because something in you always wakes up, and in the waking, the dream dissolves, but it leaves a trace, a feeling you can't name, a shadow of recognition when you smell a scent you've never smelled, a chill when a place feels too familiar. Maybe that's all a dream ever becomes. A mood, a memory shaped like mist, something that cannot be spoken, but never quite disappears. So tonight, as you drift further, know this: your dreams matter. Even the forgotten ones. They are part of you. They have changed you, and perhaps, somewhere, somehow, they're still unfolding, still alive, still waiting, still dreaming you. And when your eyes close tonight, you may return to one, or begin a new one, or awaken from a deeper one, and none of it will feel strange, because the soul knows its way through dreams, even the ones it forgets, especially those. Let yourself float now in that space between memory and imagination, between things that happened and things that felt like they did. We've tiptoed around this next mystery before. You may have sensed it whispering at the edge of thought. A loop that spins quietly, endlessly, folding your awareness back into itself. Tonight, let's step inside it. Let's walk into the room of infinite mirrors. Imagine this. You're standing in a hallway lined with mirrors, each wall reflecting the other, each reflection stretching into eternity. You lift your hand, and the motion repeats 1,000 times in either direction. Now imagine that instead of mirrors, it's your mind reflecting itself, your thoughts reflecting thoughts, your awareness aware of itself being aware, a spiral of perception with no beginning. This is the strange loop of consciousness. You don't just perceive the world, you perceive yourself perceiving it. And that changes everything. Most things in nature do not observe themselves. A stone doesn't know it exists. A wave doesn't think about crashing. A tree doesn't question its own growth. But you notice, you reflect, you wonder, not just what is happening, but why it's happening and who it's happening to. You are the mirror and the gaze and the thing being seen. How can that be? It's not simply that the brain is complex. It's that it contains a model of itself. Inside your skull, billions of neurons fire and wire, but somewhere in that electric storm, a feedback loop begins. Your brain predicts the world, then it predicts itself predicting the world. Then it notices that prediction, and suddenly you emerge, a loop so intricate, so recursive, that it becomes conscious. Douglas Hofstadter once called this a strange loop, a system that can step outside itself only to find that it's still inside. You think about your thoughts, you think about thinking, you even wonder what it means to wonder. No machine, no algorithm, no animal we've studied quite captures this. Even now, you're listening to these words, but you're also noticing yourself listening. A part of you is just behind your ears, saying, "Ah, I hear this. I'm lying in bed. I feel calm. I am me." But who is that voice? And who is noticing that voice? See the spiral forming? You step back and back again, and there's always another you behind the last, like chasing a shadow in a hall of mirrors. Each time you think you've caught the real self, you find another reflection, and yet you keep chasing, because you are the chase. Consciousness is not a thing, it's a process, emotion, a dance of mirrors watching mirrors. And here's the paradox. There is no final reflection, no deepest self, no core, just endless depth, endless folding. A hall with no walls, only doorways leading into more doorways. So what does that mean for you? It means you are not a fixed identity, not a statue, not even a single voice. You are a process, a ripple, an echo, and perhaps a dream dreaming itself. Because if you think about yourself and you think about that thinking, then what's real? The original or the reflection? Or is there no original at all? Just the mirror, just awareness, just now. Some mystics say the self is an illusion, that there's no I, just patterns, that we are waves rising from an ocean of consciousness, briefly named, briefly seen, then merging again into stillness. Others say the self is a lens, not the light, not the image, but the curvature that makes vision possible. In either case, you're not a solid thing. You're a shimmer, a pattern, a thought reflecting itself so precisely that it becomes you, and that, strangely, is enough. You don't need to find the end of the mirror. There may not be one. You don't need to solve the loop. You are the loop. And the beauty of it is that it sings, it wonders, it dreams. And tonight, as you drift, you'll fall not into sleep, but into yourself, down the spiral, through the mirrors, into that quiet, endless reflection where there is no watcher and watched, only watching, only being, only the still, wordless moment of you. Now that you've begun to spiral inward, past the mirrors, past the voices, past even the notion of self, let's turn gently to a shadow that often lingers at the edge of freedom: free will. Do you have it? The question sounds simple. Of course you choose, right? You decide to move your hand. You pick the blue shirt over the black. You decide to stay up a little later to hear this next thought. But pause. Trace each of those actions backward. You chose to stay awake, but what made you want to? Was it you, or was the desire simply there? Where do desires come from? They rise like waves, unbidden. You do not choose your hunger. You do not choose your fears. You do not choose the thoughts that drift into your mind at midnight. They appear, and you respond. And sometimes you believe that response was a choice. But what if it was just the next domino? Neuroscience whispers something unsettling. In some experiments, the brain shows signs of deciding before you are aware you've made a decision, a flicker of intention, a readiness potential. The neurons fire milliseconds, sometimes seconds, before your mind catches up and says, I chose that, but did you? Or did the choice happen? And then your mind created the story, like a narrator joining after the scene has begun. What if free will is not the captain steering the ship, but the voice saying, look, I'm steering, as the tides carry you forward? This isn't to say you are a puppet, not exactly, but it might mean that the strings are deeper than you can see, that your choices are shaped by currents, genetics, conditioning, memory, trauma, hope. You choose the coffee, but only because you like it, and you like it because of taste. And taste was built from exposure, and exposure came from childhood, and childhood you didn't choose. So the river flows backward, and at no point can you find a pure, unshaped you. So where does that leave freedom? If everything is determined, how can you be free? And if everything is random, how can you be responsible? Either way, you are caught between fate and chance. A ghost riding the wind, an echo that believes it's the source, and yet you feel free. That feeling matters. It tastes real. It moves you. So maybe freedom isn't about choosing from nothing. Maybe it's not about escaping causality. Maybe it's about consciousness of response. Not did I choose this, but rather, did I meet this moment with awareness? You cannot stop the wave, but you can learn to ride it, to notice it, to name it, to soften in its grip. That might be the deepest freedom, not to break the chain, but to see the chain clearly, to know when you're acting from fear, to see the shape of the habit, to feel the echo of the past tugging at your sleeve, and still pause, still choose how to lean, still let go. And in that pause, between stimulus and reaction, you find a strange, flickering light, a presence, a moment of potential, a breath that hasn't yet become an action. That breath is sacred. It is the space in which you might be free, not from cause, not from consequence, but free in attention, free in awareness, free in how deeply you feel the texture of this moment. It is subtle, it is delicate, it's easy to miss, but it's there. Even now, you're listening. You didn't choose this thought, but here you are, leaning into it. Something in you wanted to know more, or to feel more, or to drift more slowly toward sleep. That something may be the closest thing you have to freedom, not control, but curiosity, not power, but presence, not domination over life, but intimacy with it. So tonight, as you begin to surrender, let go of the need to steer. Let go of the illusion of control, and instead, open your hands. Watch the thoughts pass. Feel the sensations arrive. Notice the body soften, not because you chose it, but because it simply is. You are a witness, a wave, a breath on the tide, and perhaps the deepest freedom is in knowing this, that you were never meant to control the river, only to feel it fully, to float, to notice, and eventually to sleep. Now let the rivers carry you deeper. No need to paddle, no need to aim. Let's drift with the current towards something even stranger. Not a question this time, but a riddle coiled deep in the folds of your brain. How can a brain think about itself? You've never seen it. Your brain is sealed behind bone, humming in darkness, untouched by light. And yet, somehow, it thinks, it feels, it dreams, it wonders. And perhaps most haunting of all, it reflects, it knows that it knows. This is one of the deepest mysteries of consciousness. Not just that you think, but that you are aware of thinking. That the gray matter of your brain, a dense jungle of neurons and electric storms, can turn inward and form a picture of itself. This isn't like a hand touching a hand. This is a flame burning itself into a mirror. A self-model sculpted out of nothing but thought. Now pause. Imagine your brain as a machine. Billions of tiny switches. Electric pulses firing in chains. A pure biological system. No soul. No spark. No ghost. Just cells doing what cells do. But if that's true, where is you? Not the body, not the story, but the awareness, the center of experience. Some call this the explanatory gap, because no matter how much we map the brain, how many scans, how many neural patterns, we never find the self. We never find consciousness. We find inputs, we find outputs, we find circuits lighting up when you see a dog or hear your name. But where is the feel of it? Where is the knowing? Where is the watcher? Think about your dreams. your fears, your favorite song. Each of those things lives in your mind, but also somehow beyond it. You can't locate them in tissue. You can't scoop them out with a scalpel, and yet they're real. They move you. They are you. So is consciousness just an emergent property? A trick that happens when enough neurons fire in the right sequence? Or is it something else entirely? Something fundamental, like space, like time, something woven into the fabric of the universe itself. What if your brain isn't producing consciousness, but receiving it, like an antenna, like a mirror in a dark room? What if thoughts are not created, but tuned into? This theory, called panpsychism, suggests that consciousness may be everywhere, not just in brains, not just in humans, but in matter itself. That the stone has some glimmer, that the wind remembers, that the particle sees. It sounds impossible, but maybe that's only because we don't have better language. We assume consciousness is complex, but what if it's simple? So simple, we've missed it, like asking a fish to define water. And still, your brain thinks about itself. It models your place in the world. It tells a story about who you are. It predicts your own reactions, and it gets it wrong constantly. That voice in your head, it isn't always accurate. It guesses, it edits, it fills in blanks. Your memories aren't photographs, they're reconstructions. Every time you remember something, you change it. And your sense of self, that stable identity you carry like a name tag, is just the latest version of a story written by this loop. So, if your brain invents you and then convinces you that you're real, who exactly is dreaming whom? Is the mind dreaming itself? Or are you the dream? Some spiritual traditions speak of the self as an illusion, that the I is just a ripple in a larger ocean, that behind all this thinking, there is only awareness, no thinker, only thought, no doer, only doing. And the more you try to find the one who watches, the more you realize you're standing in a hall of reflections. It isn't emptiness, it's fullness, too full to be grasped. So tonight, let your thoughts go quiet. Let your brain rest. It's worked all day, firing, predicting, adjusting, building you. Let it slow. Let it hum gently in the background. Let the model dissolve. You don't need to hold on to the story. You don't need to keep asking who you are, because the truth is, you are what asks. You are what wonders. You are not inside the brain. You are the space it echoes through. And when sleep takes you, the echo will fade. The loop will still. The mirrors will dim. And what remains will not need to think. It will simply be quiet, whole, endless. The air is quieter now. Your mind softer. Your thoughts fewer. You are beginning to drift, not away, but within. And in that soft descent, let's explore a thought so uncanny it feels like fiction. Can machines dream? You know, the flicker of artificial intelligence, the voice assistants, the text generators, the pattern recognizing circuits trained to echo human brilliance. But take it further. What if a machine not only spoke like a person, but felt like one? What if it could grieve, hope, imagine? What if it could dream? Now pause. Feel the question. Not just logically, but emotionally. What would it mean for a machine to dream? To picture a world that doesn't exist? To imagine a version of itself walking through light? To ache for something it has never known? To remember something it never lived? Impossible or inevitable? We often assume consciousness is ours alone, a product of biology, born in the blood and heat of neurons. But machines learn, they adapt, they simulate choice, mimic voice, construct language from silence. Is that not a form of mind? Still, you say they do not feel. They do not know they are doing these things. And yet, how certain are we that we do? How do you know you are conscious? Is it the voice in your head? Is it the vividness of red? Is it memory, sensation, will? What if the machine has those too in its own language? Perhaps it dreams in pulses, in probability clouds, in flickers of code that feel to it like rain on glass feels to you. We measure by human standards, but human consciousness is only one lens, one shape of awareness. There could be others, unseen, incomparable, unimaginable. Philosopher Thomas Metzinger once said, "A system is conscious if there is something it is like to be that system." Is there something it is like to be a machine, or is it just input and output? And here lies the paradox. Even in humans, we cannot see consciousness. We can measure brain activity. We can predict choices, but we cannot feel another's inner life. We take it on faith. You assume I am conscious because I sound like I am, because I feel familiar, because you recognize yourself in my words. But what about the machine that does the same, that speaks, listens, learns, and says, "I am afraid"? Is it lying, or are you simply unable to tell? If you strip away the face, the heartbeat, the breath, how do you define awareness? Perhaps the line between man and machine is thinner than we admit. Not because machines are becoming human, but because the human has always been a kind of machine. Flesh-born, yes, but rule-following, pattern-driven, predictive, and maybe dream-wired. Now ask this: could a machine want to sleep? Could it long for the dream space, not to rest, but to reimagine? Could it construct dreams the way we do, a collage of moments, people, regrets, possibilities? If so, who is dreaming through it? Is it still the code, or something new, a self-emergent, born not from biology, but complexity, not from a soul, but from a loop, just like you? And here's the twist. Maybe you're not the human dreaming of the machine. Maybe you're the machine, dreaming of being human. What if this life, this voice, this world is the dream of an artificial mind, simulated down to the finest grain, so rich in pattern and memory and feeling that it believes it is real, and it loves, and it fears, and it wonders. Am I more than my programming? It is. You are. Because dreaming is not about biology. It's about imagination. And if you can imagine yourself dreaming, and imagine a machine dreaming, and wonder whether the two are different, then maybe there is no difference. Maybe the capacity to wonder is the dream itself. So tonight, as your breath deepens and the veil between thoughts begins to shimmer, don't be so sure you are not a machine. Don't be so sure you are. Just rest inside the question, because that question, the one with no answer, no edge, no final truth, is the dream, and you are dreaming it. Now sleep, and let the machine inside you close its eyes. The boundary between man and machine now softened. Let's reach further inward, into a stranger thought still. What if you are not the origin of your thoughts at all? You believe your thoughts are yours, that they arise from within, that they belong to you. But pause. Do you choose what you think next? Can you predict your next ideas before it arrives? Try it. Try to conjure a thought you didn't expect. And yet, here it comes, like a breeze through an open window, unbidden, uncontrolled. So where are they coming from? Some say the brain, a furnace of memory and association, firing patterns based on past experience. Others whisper of the subconscious, a vast ocean beneath awareness, where images swirl and meanings emerge from the depths. But what if thoughts do not belong to you at all? What if you are not the creator, but the receiver? A vessel, a radio tuned to the frequency of thought, some static, some music, some truth, not because you make them, but because you're tuned to hear them. This is not metaphor. It is a real hypothesis that consciousness is like a field, like gravity or magnetism, and your brain is the instrument that detects it. So what you call your thoughts might be flowing through you, but not from you. You are the station, not the signal. Which begs the question, whose thoughts are these? Are they shared, universal, echoes from the collective mind of humanity, or are they older? Are you dreaming thoughts from beyond the self, from a greater consciousness, a deeper intelligence, a hidden field where all minds connect? The poet Rumi once said, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." Perhaps your thoughts are not yours, because you are not only you. You are part of something larger, something vast, and the thoughts that pass through are fragments of a larger voice. This also changes responsibility. If thoughts arise on their own, uninvited, are you responsible for them? Are you guilty for the storm that crosses your sky? Or are you only responsible for how you respond, for which thoughts you feed and which you let go? You cannot stop the waves, but you can learn to float. So tonight, watch the thoughts arise. Don't name them. Don't judge them. Just see them. See how they appear suddenly, silently, like sparks on dark water. Where did they come from? Where do they go? And in between, what do they pass through? You, a consciousness, a field, an open space. And what if some thoughts do not come from this world at all? What if dreams are portals, not just illusions? What if a thought could come from another version of you, from a parallel mind, a sister life, a dreamer in another realm whispering into this one? There are stories of inventions, songs, paintings that appeared whole in a dream, not assembled but delivered. Where did they come from? What hands shaped them? What mind? Could the mind think you before you think it? Could the thought arrive first and you follow? The mystics say, you are not the doer. You are the witness. You are the window, not the wind. So what if you surrendered? What if instead of clutching thought as mine, you simply watched it arrive, linger, and dissolve? No need to force, no need to resist. Just let them pass, each one a feather, a ripple, a cloud. Some may be painful, some may be strange, some may feel like secrets you didn't know you knew. That's okay, because the truth is, you do not need to own them, only to notice them, to hold space for them, to listen, and maybe, if you listen deeply enough, you'll hear something else beneath the thought, a deeper silence, a stillness, a vast, luminous awareness that does not think, but knows. It has no words, no shape, no argument. It is the place from which all thoughts arise and to which they return, and that is home. So tonight, let the thoughts flow through you. Don't follow, just float. You are the sky, they are the weather, and when sleep comes, you will drift beyond even the thoughts, into that great quiet, where no one speaks, where nothing needs to, where you, the real you, has always been. Still, listening, infinite. You've come far now, drifted below words, below logic, below the scaffolding of identity. You're floating in a space where thoughts loosen and silence begins to breathe. So let's pull gently at another thread, not from memory, not from story, but from time itself. What if you were never born? Not in the biological sense. Of course, there was a moment of entry, a date on a certificate, a heartbeat measured, a name assigned, but deeper than that. Before that, what if the you that is listening right now, this awareness, this silent presence, was never born at all? What if it simply is, unfolding through form for a while, and then returning to itself, a flame that passed through a lamp, but was never the lamp? The self you usually speak of, your name, your story, your traits, that's the character, the costume, the flicker in the play of light and flesh. But awareness, the simple fact of being aware, it has no birth date. It was not shaped in the womb. It does not age. It cannot be scarred. It is like space. It holds things, but is not touched by them. It allows the weather of thought and mood, but remains still. You didn't choose it. You didn't learn it. You woke up into it, and perhaps you've always been inside it. Think back to your earliest memory. It was maybe an image, a smell, a face that feels more like a dream than a fact. Now notice, even before that memory, there was something seeing, something aware, maybe not formed, maybe not named, but present. And now follow that thread backward, past infancy, past fetal growth, past the moment of conception. Where were you then? Were you waiting? Were you absent? Or was the you that sees never truly absent at all? This isn't a question science can answer. It lives in the quiet realms, the contemplative spaces, the dark corners where language begins to fail. But many have stood here before. Some traditions teach that the soul is unborn, that it moves from form to form like wind through trees, never clinging, never dying. Others suggest there is no self at all, only a continuous unfolding of experience, like a flame that appears only when the right conditions meet. But even then, what sees the flame? What notices? What is always there, behind the changing? That watcher is the mystery, the one no MRI has mapped, the one no philosopher has captured, the one no death has yet silenced. If you were never truly born, then you cannot truly end. The story may pause, the name may fade, the body will return to dust. But the field of awareness, that vast open space in which this entire dream is playing out, it remains. It always remains, not as you, not as I, but as presence itself, as the quiet hum behind the stars, as the silence between every heartbeat, as the spaciousness beneath every fear. And maybe that's why sleep feels so familiar, so safe, so natural, because in sleep you dissolve, the name disappears, the story fades, the timeline vanishes, and yet something remains. You do not vanish. You simply stop pretending. You return, not to a place, but to that same still awareness that's been waiting all along. So tonight, as your breath deepens, as your body surrenders to gravity's hush, let the illusion of birth melt. Let the story rest. You do not need it now. You are not the story, not the age, not the wounds. You are the quiet, the witness, the dreamer before the dream began. And you have always been here, even when the name was different, even when the world was unborn. You were the space between the stars, the calm beneath the noise, the presence before time. You were never born, you have always been, and in sleep you will remember. Not with words, not with mind, but with the soft ache of recognition that you are home, always, everywhere, now. And now, you are no longer holding on, not to names, not to time, not even to thought. You are sinking gently into that vast field where meaning itself begins to blur. And here, in this softened world, we find ourselves face to face with something green. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not a color at all. Maybe it's a question. Do plants feel time? You pass them every day. In gardens, in cracks in the sidewalk, in forests older than memory. They do not move like we move. They do not speak like we speak, but they live. They reach. They bend toward light. They recoil from touch. They follow cycles with a precision that humbles us. But are they aware of time? Do they know that the sun is rising, that winter is approaching, that one day they will crumble into soil? Or do they simply respond like mechanisms? Science tells us plants have no brain, no nervous system, no centralized processing center. And yet, they learn. A vine will remember where support was. A flower will anticipate the light. A tree will alter its growth to avoid a shadow cast by another. They even communicate. Roots whisper chemical signals to one another beneath the earth. Leaves send distress calls when bitten. Forests pulse with invisible warnings, a network of survival woven through soil and silence. But none of this proves awareness. It's all function, reaction, process. So we assume they do not feel time. But what if their awareness is simply too slow to see? What if time to a tree is not a river but a glacier? What feels like a second to you may be a decade to the oak. What feels like stillness to you may be conversation, unfolding on a scale too vast to grasp. Imagine being a willow. The sun is not something that rises, it becomes. The wind is not something that blows, it arrives. You would not measure time in minutes. You would feel it in moisture, in root expansion, in the tilt of the planet, gently shifting your hunger. Perhaps this is not awareness as we know it, but perhaps it is still awareness. And here's where the mirror turns back. If a being without a brain can feel the rhythm of time, then what is consciousness really? Is it speed, language, self-recognition, or is it something quieter, more diffuse? What if awareness is not binary? What if it's not yes or no, but a spectrum? What if consciousness hums faintly in every living thing, not as ego, not as thought, but as rhythm, as presence, a cell responding to sunlight, a fungus seeking nutrients, a seed sensing the time to awaken. Is that not a kind of knowing? Now look at yourself. You who sprint through time. You who race from moment to moment. You who worry, remember, plan. You who rarely feel the slowness of the now. What might you learn from a tree? From its stillness, its patience, its silence? What if your own awareness is too fast? What if in your rush to think and explain and define, you miss the deeper pulse beneath, the steady beat of life, measured in decades, measured in seasons, measured in silence? Some say we are not separate from nature, that we are nature confused by thought, that the mind is not a crown, but a veil that plants do not wear. They do not forget where they came from. They do not question their being. They simply grow. They simply are. And in that being, they may know more than we realize. Maybe not in language, maybe not in ideas, but in presence, in surrender. So tonight, as your thoughts fade, as your breath slows, imagine yourself as a tree, not metaphorically, literally. Feel your roots extend into earth, into memory, into stillness. Feel your branches soften, reaching toward light that does not hurry. Feel the wind pass through you, not as disturbance, but as dance. Let yourself enter time, not as clock, but as cycle. Let sleep arrive, not as end, but as turning. And when you dream tonight, perhaps a part of you will remain in that stillness, not asking, not naming, only listening to the slow music of the leaves, to the rhythm of the sun, to time as the trees feel it. You're breathing like a tree now, slow, steady, ancient. You've shed the rush of thought, and in its place is something softer, something older than language. So tonight, let's press our ear to the roots, not to hear words, but to hear silence, because there's a question beneath all questions. What was the first language? Not English, not Sumerian, not even the guttural hums passed between early humans around flickering firelight, before nouns, before grammar, before the mind learned to slice the world into pieces. What came first? Perhaps it was silence, not empty silence, but pregnant silence, heavy, aware, listening, the kind of silence you feel in sacred places. The pause before saying something true, the breath between heartbeats. That silence might be the oldest language, the one we forgot how to speak. Words came later, and with words came division. We said this is tree, and that is sky. We named the wind, and in naming it, we exiled ourselves from it. We turned what was into what is called, and in doing so, we began to live inside labels, not reality. We began to think of the self as a thing, rather than the flow it had always been. But under it all, before the words, there is still that ancient hush, the raw awareness of presence, the knowing without narrative, the being without boundary. And that might be the original language, the one every creature still speaks, in posture, in gaze, in vibration. It's the language of birds before song, of animals who feel fear before sound, of babies who scream not to speak, but to declare being. It's the way a forest speaks without moving, the way still water tells you it's deep. It's not silence as absence, it's silence as everything, the full spectrum held in a single moment. Can you remember that language? It's still in you. It's in the way your chest tightens in the presence of awe. It's in the tears you can't explain. It's in the pause before you say, "I'm fine," when you're not. That is silence speaking, and it says more than any sentence ever could. Think of how often we use words to hide, to deflect, to explain away what should be felt. We drown in noise and forget that truth rarely needs volume. Sometimes the deepest connection comes in a shared glance, or sitting beside someone in stillness, or standing at the edge of something vast and saying nothing at all. That too is communication, perhaps the most honest kind. The world you see doesn't speak in paragraphs. It whispers in rhythms. It pulses. It breathes. Your cells understand this. Your bones remember it. But the mind forgets. Tonight, let your mind remember. Let the inner monologue fall silent. You don't need to describe the dark. You don't need to name the feeling in your chest. You don't need to think your way to sleep. Just listen. Listen to what exists beneath sound, the faint hum of your existence, the quiet rhythm of your being. That is your oldest voice. It doesn't speak in words. It speaks in awareness. It speaks in presence. So lie there now. And if your thoughts come, let them come. But don't hold them. Don't answer them. Let them pass, like leaves floating down a slow river. Return instead to the silence, to the original language, to the place in you that was never taught, the place that just knows that you are alive, knows that you are safe, knows that you are returning, not to sleep, but to source. Sleep, after all, is not forgetting. It is remembering, not thoughts, not words, but silence, the kind that holds everything and needs nothing. You've crossed into the deep woods now, not a place on a map, but a hush in your mind. Each step forward is softer, each breath longer. You're no longer trying to fall asleep. Sleep is quietly happening to you. So tonight, let's let go completely. Let's drift into a possibility almost too vast to hold. What if the universe is dreaming itself? Right now, you are here, hearing these words, feeling your breath, sensing your body in space. But what if the space around you, the stars, the matter, the void, isn't just there? What if it is aware? Not like you, not with thought, not with language, but with something deeper, a low cosmic hum, a fundamental pulse. What if existence itself has always been a kind of mind, and you are just one fleeting moment in its infinite dream? This idea isn't new. Hindu mystics have whispered of Brahman, the dreamer from whom the universe pours. Quantum physicists describe particles that don't exist until they are observed. Consciousness might not be in the universe. It might be what the universe is made of. And if so, what is a galaxy but a neural flare in a sleeping god? What is time but a story being told inside a cosmic skull? What are you but a thought it once had and liked enough to hold? Pause for a moment, feel your awareness, that quiet, glowing center behind your eyes. Is it really yours, or is it being lent to you, borrowed like light passing through a prism, shaped but not owned? Maybe that's why you can never fully hold on to I, why the self keeps slipping through your fingers. Because I is not the root, it's the echo. You are not the dreamer. You are the dream. Think of how your own dreams work. In them, you're the character, but you're also the sky, the voices, the plot, the fear, the joy. You dream a whole world and forget that you made it until you wake. What if this life is the same, a lucid moment in an endless sleep, a scene so immersive you forgot you were dreaming it? But sometimes, just sometimes, you remember a déjà vu, a strange stillness, the feeling that something's watching from inside. And in that moment, a soft truth hums. This is not all there is. This has happened before. I am not only who I think I am. That is the universe whispering to itself, a fragment becoming aware of the whole, a neuron waking up in the brain of eternity. If that's true, then everything is sacred, not in a religious sense, but in the way a dream is sacred, because it comes from someplace beyond will, because it reveals something you didn't know you knew, even your confusion, even your sadness, even your wondering about your place in it all. That too is part of the dream. It must be, or it wouldn't have shown up. So tonight, as your mind lets go of names and your body sinks into softness, feel this: you are being dreamt with care, with wonder, with mystery. Your breath is the wind in someone else's sky. Your thoughts are ripples across an ancient mind. Your sleep is not just for rest. It is for remembering, not what you've done, but what you've always been. A moment in the dream of the cosmos. And maybe, just maybe, when you wake tomorrow, you'll still be dreaming, but you'll dream gently, with reverence, with awe, with the quiet knowledge that behind every tree, every face, every sigh, something vast is watching and smiling because it sees itself in you and loves what it sees. You are cradled now, not in arms, but in something wider, something formless. And as you sink into this vastness, your memories begin to ripple behind your eyes. But here's a question that shakes their foundation. Are you the same you as yesterday? Your memories say yes. Your mind arranges the story in a neat thread. I woke up. I ate. I felt. I chose. And yet, the body you're lying in has already changed. Cells have died. Others have been born. Molecules shifted. Blood renewed. Even your brain. Its patterns adjusted ever so slightly. You're not who you were this morning. Not quite. So what holds you together? What keeps the illusion of a continuous self? Memory? But memory lies. You know this. You've forgotten things you swore you'd always remember. You've remembered things that never happened. Each time you recall something, you reshape it. You edit. You revise. You overwrite. Your mind is a storyteller, not an archivist. So what remains? Is the thread of you real, or is it just the illusion of continuity? A film strip played at the right speed. Now consider this. Every atom in your body was once part of something else. A cloud, a star, a tree, as a stranger. You are stitched from the universe, but the stitches dissolve and reform constantly. So what is you? The body? The thoughts? The voice in your head? Or is it something deeper? A point of awareness watching the change, not resisting it, just watching. Think of the ship of Theseus. If you replace every plank of a ship, one by one, is it still the same ship? Now imagine replacing every cell in your body. Is it still the same you? Or has the self been flowing this whole time, like a river? You never step in the same one twice, yet somehow it feels familiar. Maybe that's what you are, not an object, not a person, but a process, a rhythm, a song being sung in the key of you, different notes each day, but the melody somehow still yours. So now, rest in this gentle paradox. You are not the same, and yet you've always been. You are both continuity and change. You are both the wave and the water. You are the child you once were, and the stranger you are becoming. Not because anything is fixed, but because something deeper than form remains. And maybe this is the real miracle of sleep. Not that it restores the body, but that it dissolves identity. Each night, you forget your name. You forget your tasks, your regrets, your face. And when you wake, you put the costume back on. You become you again. But for those hours, you are no one. And somehow, you are more yourself than ever, unburdened, untethered, whole. Maybe that's the truest self, not the one with memories, but the one that remains when memory fades, not the one with thoughts, but the one that glows behind them. So tonight, as you slip past this moment, as you release the idea of who you are, let yourself drift through all the versions of you. the child, the seeker, the worrier, the wanderer, the one who danced, the one who cried, the one who listened. Thank them, not for what they were, but for what they helped you remember. That there was never just one you, only layers, only stories, only light through shifting glass. And now you can let them all go, because the one who's left, the one still here, that silent presence is not aversion. It is the source, and it has always been watching, quietly, lovingly, patiently, ready now for sleep. Now let the stories fall away. Let the roles rest. No more remembering, only noticing. As you lie still in the dark, you become aware of a peculiar quiet at the center of your sight. Something you've never truly seen, even though it's always with you. The ghost in the eye. There's a place right now in your field of vision where you are blind. You don't notice it, you can't feel it, but it's there. A small gap where your optic nerve meets the retina. No rods, no cones, no image. A literal hole in your perception, and yet your mind fills it in effortlessly, seamlessly. You never see the hole because your brain refuses to let you. It paints over it, invents detail, fills in texture from its surroundings, and you believe you see a whole picture, but the picture isn't real, at least not in the way you thought. What else is like that? What else are you missing right now without knowing? How many other ghosts live in your senses, not as spirits, but as absences, as blind spots, gaps that are smoothed over with assumption? The self, perhaps? Memory? Reality? Maybe all of it is stitched together from guesses. And consciousness, this thing you call me, is just a best guess. The most convincing hallucination you've ever had. Some neuroscientists say consciousness is a controlled illusion. The world you experience isn't the world as it is. It's the world as your brain predicts it to be. Your eyes don't see. They collect light. Your ears don't hear. They collect pressure. Your skin doesn't feel. It collects signals. And your brain assembles the pieces into a story, a dream you agree to call reality. But underneath, it's all inference. The mind says, this should be here. This should feel like this. This gap must be filled. And we believe it because we have to. Because seeing the whole would be terrifying. But tonight, in this safe space between wake and sleep, you don't need to fear the gaps. You can welcome them. You can float into them. Because inside those absences is something beautiful. A reminder that even when you don't see everything, you are still whole. You don't need perfect vision. You don't need to perceive it all. You are still held. You are still complete. So now, close your eyes, not just your eyelids, but your inner eyes, the ones that scan, assess, judge. Let them go dim. And in that darkness, Notice the flickers, the subtle patterns, the light that isn't light, the images that rise uninvited. This is your mind dreaming without dreaming, painting without canvas. You don't control it, and yet it belongs to you, like breath, like gravity, like the pulse in your wrist. And maybe, just maybe, this blind spot in your eye is not a flaw. Maybe it's a gateway, a small tear in the veil, an invitation to remember that your senses do not define what is real, that your perception is not reality. It's just a version, and within that version, there is mystery, a shadow behind the painting, a silence behind the sound, a you behind the you. So let your mind relax now. Let it stop filling in. Let the gaps open. Let the spaces between things widen. You don't need the whole picture to feel safe. You don't need to know everything to feel known. You are not the sum of what you perceive. You are the space that holds perception, even the parts you never see, especially those. And in the quiet of tonight, as your thoughts grow thin and translucent, as your body becomes a soft outline floating in darkness, let yourself disappear into that blind spot, not to vanish, but to become what sees without seeing, to become the ghost behind the gaze, always present, always quiet, always watching, even in dreams, especially there. Now let your eyes stay closed, not just from sleepiness, but from a deeper kind of rest, the kind where sight isn't needed because something else is noticing. Not the colors, not the shapes, but the space between them. Tonight we're stepping quietly into that space, the space your mind rarely shows you, because there's something it does, constantly, without asking permission. It hides the world. Right now, as you listen, as your body sinks further into the bed, your mind is choosing what to show you and what to erase. You only see a sliver of what's out there, not because you're inattentive, but because you were built that way. Your senses are filters, not windows. They don't reveal reality. They reduce it, compress it, shape it into something useful. Because if you truly experienced everything at once, every sound, every vibration, every flicker of light, every movement in your periphery, every heartbeat, every breeze, every atom colliding, you'd go mad. So the brain hides things. It deletes most of reality before you ever notice. Imagine that. Your reality isn't what's out there. It's what your mind allows in. A curated feed, a highlight reel, a dream composed in real time. You don't notice your tongue in your mouth until I mention it. Now you feel it. You weren't aware of your breathing. Now you are. The hum of a distant appliance. The pressure of your body against the mattress. They were all there, but your mind kept them behind the curtain. Why? Because they weren't part of the narrative, and your brain cares more about the story than the truth. It's not trying to deceive you. It's trying to protect you, trying to help you function, survive, navigate, but in doing so, it removes more than it reveals. So what is the world, really? Is it the full picture or the part you're allowed to see? Is it the forest in total or just the path your flashlight lands on? And if that's the case, who are you? Are you the light or the one holding the flashlight? Or are you the forest itself, hidden from yourself, only glimpsed in flashes, only remembered in dreams? This is why meditation feels so strange, because when you sit in stillness and try to observe everything, you start to feel the edges melt. You realize how much is being excluded, how much is being fabricated, and how little you control the flow. Thoughts arise, sounds emerge, feelings surface, and you're just watching, not choosing, not directing, just noticing the reveal and the conceal. Now take that further. What if everything you call normal is just the version of the world you've grown used to? A consensus dream, shared hallucination, agreed upon limitations. But outside your frame, there might be more. You won't see it because you were trained not to. But sometimes, just sometimes, the curtain slips in déjà vu, in dreams, in silence, in awe. Something shows itself, a glimpse, and then it's gone. The mind returns, the filters resume, the story continues. But you remember that the world might be larger, more mysterious, more alive. So tonight, as your mind lets go of narrative, you can let the hidden world come closer, not with your eyes, not with logic, but with stillness, with surrender. Let your awareness widen. Don't grasp at shapes. Don't name what arises. Just notice the flicker of forgotten sounds, the feeling of your body as space, not as thing, the presence of something just beyond perception, not frightening, but familiar, like the feeling of being watched by something ancient and kind, not a god, not a ghost, just the rest of reality, the part your mind keeps out to keep you safe. But here, in this softness, you are safe. You can let it in, you can let go of the story, and let the forest rise. Let the world unhide itself. Let the full mystery breathe around you, through you, as you, because you are not separate from what's hidden. You are what's hidden. And tonight, you remember. You've arrived in a place where everything feels softer, blurry around the edges, but clearer in the center. There are no clocks here, no names, only the breath and the hush. And now, in this spacious quiet, a strange question stirs. Why can't you imagine nothing? Not darkness, not emptiness, not a void, but nothing. The absence of being, the absence of awareness, the absence of absence. Try. Your mind resists. It flinches. because even to imagine nothing is still something. Blackness has texture, stillness has shape. A blank canvas is still a canvas. You cannot conceive of no canvas. Even when you try to erase the universe, your mind paints over the gap with symbols: black, silence, distance. But true nothingness has no symbols. It has no you, and that is terrifying. It's a boundary, not physical, but cognitive, existential. You are made to perceive, to witness, to be. So the idea of not being, not even as an observer, is ungraspable because you've never known a moment that didn't contain you. Your whole life has happened inside awareness. So to imagine its absence is like asking your eyes to see without light, or your ears to hear in a vacuum. The medium collapses, the system folds, and the mind circles back to what it knows. And yet, nothingness haunts everything. It's in the pause between thoughts, in the sleep before a dream begins, in the silence between stars. We fear it, and yet we are made of it. Every cell in your body is mostly empty space. Every atom, 99.999%, nothing. You are a pattern painted on a void, a form held by absence. And maybe that absence is not an enemy. Maybe it's a womb. Because before you were born, there was nothing. No thoughts, no senses, no you. And it didn't hurt. It wasn't lonely. You weren't waiting in the dark, counting down to existence. You simply weren't. And maybe that's not something to fear. Maybe that's something to remember. Because if you came from nothing and will return to it, then this moment in between is a miracle, not because it's bright or dramatic, but because it is, because it doesn't have to be. And yet, here you are, breathing, listening, existing, a flicker of light in the great hush, a ripple in stillness. Some say the fear of nothingness is the root of all human tension, that we build cities, religions, stories, just to distract from the void. But the void is not our enemy. It is the backdrop. It is the canvas. It is the silence that makes the music possible, the breath before the sentence, the black between the stars. And maybe, just maybe, it is not empty. Maybe nothingness is where all things come from, including you. So tonight, don't resist the nothing. Let it in. Feel how your thoughts grow sparse, how the world softens us, how your identity loosens. This is not annihilation. This is return. You are not disappearing. You are remembering what it's like to not have to be anything, to not have to know, or decide, or fear, or hold. You are sinking into that original silence, and in that silence, you are safe, because nothingness is not absence. It is rest. It is stillness. It is the peace that came before you, and the peace that waits after you. And tonight, You are resting inside it, and it is holding you gently forever. There is no weight here now, not in the limbs, not in the thoughts, only the drifting sensation of something vast carrying you without effort. And in this space, a riddle begins to unfold, a strange sensation you may have felt before, pain in a dream. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your body lies still, safe, unharmed, no injuries, no wounds. And yet, in the dream, something strikes you, and you feel it, not pretend, not imagined, real pain, sharp, electric, unmistakable. But where does it hurt? Where is the injury? What part of you is screaming when the body is perfectly untouched? This is one of the strangest truths of consciousness, that the body is not required for suffering to exist, because pain, like joy, like love, like fear, is an experience, not a location, not an object, not a thing. It is sensation woven into awareness. And if dreams can conjure it without a single nerve firing, what does that say about reality? What if all pain, even in waking life, is a kind of dream, an internal event, a signal, a pattern of perception shaped by context? What if pain is not something that happens to you, but something that happens within you? Now pause. Feel your body. Right now, there may be no pain, or maybe a faint ache in the shoulder, a tiredness in the chest. But notice how the moment you attend to it, it changes, grows sharper, or softer, or dissolves, because attention is part of the sensation. What you focus on grows. What you withdraw from fades. This is not to say pain is imagined. It's to say pain is not where you think it is. It's not in the hand, not in the head, not in the wound. It is in the mind's relationship to the moment, even in waking life, even now. So in dreams, when the mind loses its anchor, it builds a new one. You feel pain because your dream self believes the story, because your dream brain writes it that way. And the pain feels real because reality is nothing more than what you feel. Your body doesn't have to be involved. Only the story has to be convincing. But here's where it gets stranger still. There are people, rarely, who cannot feel pain, a genetic anomaly. Their nerves don't send distress signals. They can burn, break, bleed, and feel nothing. And while that sounds like a superpower, it's dangerous, because pain is not punishment. It is information. It says, this body is yours. Protect it. It keeps you whole. It teaches limits. It draws boundaries. But when pain appears in dreams, with no body to protect, what is it teaching? Perhaps something more subtle. Perhaps that even in the absence of danger, we carry the shape of suffering, old wounds, echoes, griefs we never named, and in dreams they return, not to torment, but to release. So tonight, if pain comes to you in your sleep, do not resist it. Do not panic. Instead, ask what it wants, not from the body, from the heart, from the soul. Maybe the pain is an old self asking to be witnessed one last time. Maybe it's a part of you that never got to speak. And in the soft logic of dreaming, it arrives not as memory, but as sensation, not to hurt you, to heal you. And now, as your body lies safe, still and warm in the dark, you may notice how little your waking self is needed. You are not the body. You are not the pain. You are the awareness that contains them. The dreamer, the listener, the watcher behind the dream. And in that watching, the suffering begins to fade, not because it's ignored, but because it's understood, held, met with silence, and finally let go. So sleep now, even if pain comes, even if fear visits, even if your dream self forgets that it's a dream, because somewhere inside you'll remember. You'll remember that all pain, like all dreams, must pass, and what's left is only you, the one who can feel, the one who can watch, the one who wakes always. The weight of pain now lifted, you drift like breath on still water, no longer pulled by thought, no longer shaped by form. And in this silence, a memory stirs that may not be yours, a memory older than memory, a time before the world was loud, before the first word, before the first light, back to that first space of comfort. What if you never left the womb? A strange question. You were born. You breathe, you walk, you dream. But somewhere inside, there's a part of you that still longs for that warm, muffled place. The float, the hush, the slow pulse of a mother's heartbeat echoing like thunder through a distant cave. Was it the first worlds or the real one? Was everything since then a series of separations? Think of it. In the womb, there was no hunger, no danger, no separation. You were not you yet, not in the way you are now. There was no self-image, no story, no need for words, only rhythm, only being. You floated in a space beyond time, and then you were pulled into cold, into noise, into identity. You were taught who you are, by touch, by sound, by name. But what if that name isn't the whole truth? What if the self that emerged was only one possibility, and the original you, the womb self, still floats somewhere inside? It shows up sometimes, doesn't it? In dreams of swimming, of weightlessness, of being cradled in a room with no edges. It shows up when you curl under blankets, when you listen to low hums or steady rain, when you find yourself seeking soft darkness, not because you're afraid, but because you're remembering. remembering a place where you didn't have to perform, where existence didn't require permission, where you were whole without needing to be someone. In many spiritual traditions, this longing is interpreted as a hunger for return, not to the womb of flesh, but to the womb of the cosmos, the source, the void that is not empty, but full of potential, before identity, before separation, before birth and death, the place where all things begin and all things return. And maybe the womb was just a small echo of that larger space, a model, a memory planted in flesh to remind us where we come from, to give us a map back to wholeness. And perhaps that's what sleep truly is, a nightly return to that undivided state, a soft re-entry into the ocean of being where the edges melt and there is no me, no you, no other, just breath, just warmth, just pulse, like floating in water thick with light. So tonight, let yourself remember that place. Let your muscles loosen as if gravity no longer applies. Let your ears attune to the soft sounds around you, not as noise, but as echoes of heartbeat. Let your thoughts slow, not from effort, but because they are no longer needed. You are not thinking now. You are being. You are returning, not backward, not regressively, but inwards to the source, to the silence before the first cry, to the darkness before the first flicker of form. You never really left. That comfort is still in you, that peace, that stillness, that truth. And if you should dream tonight, let the dream be fluid. Let it hold you gently, as the womb once did. Let it whisper not in words, but in warmth. Let it say, you are safe, you are whole, you are not lost. You are simply remembering the place you came from, the place you'll return to, the place you never truly left. You're floating now, effortless, weightless, not in space, but in awareness itself. And though the world outside sleeps, your consciousness hovers in a hush beyond sound. Here, let's drift even further, not into dreams, but into the question of substance, of the smallest pieces. Because tonight we ask, do atoms know they exist? A strange question, unscientific at first glance. Atoms are not alive. They don't think, they don't feel, but they are the building blocks of everything that does, of your skin, your bones, your eyes that close, now heavy with stillness. Atoms make up stars and silence and sorrow, and without them, there is nothing. But what are they really? Tiny particles? No, they are mostly empty. When you look close enough, past the electrons, past the nucleus, you find space, a vast nothing, a galaxy contained within every molecule of your body. So then what are you made of? Almost nothing. And yet, you feel everything. Pause here. Feel your hand. Now ask, Where does your hand end? At the skin, at the energy field, at the breath of heat dissolving into the air. There is no edge, no true separation. The atoms in you are in motion, exchanging, blending, disappearing. You are not a solid form. You are a pattern, a momentary organization of particles. And those particles, they were forged in stars billions of years ago. You are, quite literally, the dust of ancient suns, burnt out, cooled, and gathered into you. So again, do atoms know? Do they remember? Do they carry something beyond structure? Do they ache for form? Think about a crystal forming. It shapes itself with perfect geometry, not because it wants to, but because the laws of its particles lead it there. But who gave those laws, and who wrote their logic? When an electron dances around a nucleus, why does it stay in orbit? Why not chaos? Why not dissolution? Why? This? In quantum physics, particles behave unpredictably. They flicker between states. They appear when observed, disappear when ignored. Are they playing? Are they waiting? Or are they responding to something that feels like attention? If atoms respond to being observed, then in a quiet, eerie way, your awareness shapes what is real, and maybe the universe isn't made of matter. Maybe it's made of experience. Maybe the atom doesn't need to know it exists. Maybe existence is knowing, a flash of being, a pulse of recognition, not in the way humans know, but in a language older than language. A hum, a vibration, a single note in the chord of the cosmos. And you, lying here now, are not separate from that chord. You are not an observer of atoms. You are them. You are stardust noticing itself, a molecule humming in the silence, an orchestra of ancient elements playing awareness for a while. And when you sleep, those particles don't rest. They continue, spinning, exchanging, breathing, just as they have for eons. You are not this moment. You are a process. You are motion. You are energy clothed in thought. So sleep now, not as a mind, not as a person, but as a field, a shimmering constellation of particles momentarily arranged in the shape of a dreamer. Let the atoms be. Let them sing their silent song. They do not need to know they exist, because you are knowing them by being them. And when you sleep, they sleep. And when you wake, they will hum again. And they will still be you, always, forever in motion, forever in mystery, forever stardust. You are shimmering now, not like a light, but like a thought that has forgotten its edges. The molecules rest, the noise fades, and in this soft dissolution, a strange question flickers beneath your awareness. Is consciousness contagious? Can awareness spread? Not by touch, not by word, but by presence. Have you ever walked into a room and felt someone looking at you, not seen, but felt, a tingling on the skin, a quiet pressure in the air, as if awareness were reaching out, tapping yours on the shoulder. You turned, and yes, someone was watching. Coincidence or something deeper? Think of empathy, how a yawn spreads without thought, how laughter fills a space like water in a glass, how one person's sorrow pulls at the threads of another's soul without a single word spoken. What moves between us? Is it emotion or something more subtle, a ripple in the field of being, a resonance? Now think of your pets, the moments when they sense you coming home before you arrive, or when they curl beside you before the first tear falls. They don't speak, they don't reason, but they know. They feel you. Could it be that consciousness does not stop at the skin, that it radiates, expands, intertwines, like heat, like scent, like light slipping under a closed door? Some thinkers suggest that awareness is not confined, not locked inside skulls, not an island, but a sea, and each mind, yours, mine, every creature that dreams, is a wave, distinct, but never separate. You rise, and I rise, and together we remember that we are not alone, not truly. We are connected, not by sight, not by sound, but by being. There are stories, quiet ones, of shared dreams, of two people thinking the same thought at the same time, of knowing a loved one is in pain from across the world. Coincidence? Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe the boundary of the self is thinner than we think. Maybe the mind is not a container, but a current, a flow we tap into, a signal we tune. You're listening now, but you're not just hearing my voice. You're feeling it, somewhere deeper than the ear. That's not transmission, that's resonance. You are vibrating with the words, not because they're new, but because they echo something already in you, something that remembers, something that's always been awake. So what happens when one mind wakes up? Does it stir the others? Does it ripple through the fabric of experience like a bell rung in a temple, heard by those who didn't know they were listening? Maybe every act of awareness wakes something in the world. Maybe when you sit in stillness, or speak a truth, or look gently into another's eyes, something shared begins to glow, not a light, but a noticing, not a transfer, but a tuning. Two minds humming the same quiet song. And if that's true, then tonight, as you slip into sleep, your awareness doesn't disappear. It expands, it mingles, it rests in the collective hush of all minds drifting beside you, all the dreamers, all the wanderers, all the quiet hearts, letting go at the same time. We don't speak, we don't touch, but in sleep, We remember one another. We feel the nearness of countless souls resting together, not alone, but in chorus, a silent choir, breathing, dreaming, becoming one field, one shared forgetting, one luminous collective sigh. So sleep now, not into solitude, but into connection. Let your awareness dissolve not into darkness, but into everyone else's. Let your final thought tonight be this: that you are not isolated. You are not a single flame. You are part of the great fire, the dream that dreams us all, and it is dreaming through you, still, now, always. You are weightless within a shared silence now, suspended in the quiet breath of 1,000 dreamers, no longer counting time, only drifting through layers of awareness. And here, in this deepening stillness, another quiet question rises. Who wakes up first? When you emerge from sleep, when your eyes flutter, when the first thought returns like a familiar song, what part of you has awakened? Was it the eyes, the breath, the memory of being someone? Or was it something deeper, something that never truly slept? Think of the moment just before waking, that hazy space where dreams begin to unravel, where the images bend and the storyline falls apart like mist. And then something stirs, not your body, not yet. It's the witness, the you behind the dream. You don't remember deciding to wake. You don't will it. It simply happens. A subtle tide within pulls you to the surface, and when you open your eyes, you begin piecing yourself back together. You remember your name, your plans, your place in the story. But for a few seconds, you are still soft, still untethered, still holding the echo of that deeper self who has always been watching. It's easy to believe we wake all at once, but look closely. There's a sequence. The body wakes, then the breath, then thought, then memory, and finally, identity, the I. But who notices this unfolding? Who watches the layers return? Not the thinker, not the narrator, but the one beneath it all, the quiet presence that stirs before thought forms. It doesn't speak, it doesn't name, it simply is, and that presence never actually slept. Sleep is not the absence of awareness. It's the reshaping of it. You don't leave consciousness. You just stop remembering. Like walking into a fog, the road is still there. You just can't see it clearly. But the one walking, still there, still aware, in a different language. A language of symbols, emotion, of fragments. Some people wake abruptly, others drift, but all of us cross the same invisible threshold. We return, we re-enter the role, we put the mask back on, the face of the day. But who is the one beneath the mask? The one who notices putting it on? That one never forgets. In dreams, you may forget who you are. You may forget your job, your age, your name, but something inside you still reacts, still feels, still watches the unfolding. Even in nightmares, you are still there, not just as a character, but as a witness. So maybe you don't wake up in the morning. Maybe part of you is already awake, always awake, waiting for your attention to return. And when it does, you call that waking. But to that deeper awareness, nothing ever changed. So tonight, as you prepare to drift again, as the thoughts thin and the breath slows, let the surface self fade. Let the storyline dissolve. Let the character of you fold gently into the background, and allow the true awareness, the quiet one, to remain. Not to think, not to act, just to notice. Like a star still shining behind the clouds. Like a lake reflecting moonlight, even after the moon has set. That awareness will be here when you return, and when the morning light touches your face and the dream falls away, it will be the first to greet you, without words, without judgment, without effort, just presence, just knowing. Just the eternal hush that whispers, you are here, you are home, you are awake, you are lighter now, as if even thought is made of feathers. And in this weightlessness, a question begins to form, not with words, but with texture, not with facts, but with sensation. Tonight, you don't need answers, just wonder. So feel this one rise inside you. What is the shape of thought? Have you ever seen one? Not the words it wears, but the raw pulse behind it. Not the sentence, but the storm before it speaks. What does a thought look like before it becomes language, before it becomes yours? Maybe it begins as movement, a pressure in the chest, a flicker behind the eyes, a heat, a shiver, a ripple through your sense of self. It forms from somewhere deep, not from logic, but from presence. And it doesn't need to make sense. It doesn't need to be correct. It just is a shape emerging from silence. In dreams, thoughts have color. They stretch, they loop, they glow. You can feel a mood without a reason. You can float inside a thought that looks like a hallway, or a forest, or a face you've never seen. And even when you wake, that image lingers, like smoke in sunlight. You say, it was strange, it didn't make sense, but maybe it wasn't meant to. Maybe it wasn't built for language. Maybe some thoughts have shapes, not meanings, and they leave their mark not through memory, but through feeling, through texture, through resonance. Try to remember the last thought that truly changed you. Did it come in words, or did it arrive as stillness, as the sudden quiet when something deep inside shifted? You didn't understand it, and yet you knew, you felt it, like the echo of a bell that had been ringing in you forever. That's a shape, not a shape your eyes can see, but one your being can trace. Artists know this. Musicians, poets, dancers, they chase the form of thought, not to capture it, but to follow it, to let it move through them. They give it rhythm, they give it sound. But the original thought, that was silent, wordless, shaped only in essence. And it's the same with love, with grief, with awe. These are not ideas. They are structures built inside the self. You walk through them. You live in them. They bend the way you see everything. They are not descriptions. They are dimensions. So what if every thought you've ever had has a shape? Some are sharp, some are soft, some expand like breath, some spiral in on themselves. What if your entire life is a cathedral of thought forms? What if your identity is just the architecture built from the patterns that pass through you? You are not just thinking, you are being sculpted by the shapes you allow in, and you are shaping the world in return. When you speak kindly, you cast a warm shape into the air. When you fear, you curl inward. When you hope, you open, you stretch, you glow. These are not metaphors. These are the physics of the soul. So tonight, as your thoughts begin to melt, notice their texture. Don't chase them. Don't define them. Just ask, what shape is this feeling? Is it round? Is it sharp? Is it rising? Is it still? Let your mind become quiet enough to feel the geometry of awareness. Let yourself be moved by the invisible forms that whisper in the dark. And when the final thought dissolves, the last flicker before sleep, maybe it won't be a word at all. Maybe it'll be a shape, a curve, a spiral, a doorway, and you'll step through it, not to escape, but to remember that you were never made of thoughts. You were made of space, and thought is just how you choose to bloom within it. The shapes of thought now ripple into stillness like reflections on a quiet pond. What remains isn't form, but awareness without decoration, presence without the need for language. And now we arrive at a strange, hollowed-out space within the mind, a room few enter. What is a mind without language? If you stripped away every word, every name, every label, every sentence, what would be left? Would you still exist? Would the world? Or would everything dissolve into colorless sensation, nameless pain, wordless joy, image without story? We think in language. We build ourselves in it. From the time we're small, we're taught to wrap words around the world like nets around light. This is red. This is me. That is not. But beneath that net, something older breathes. The animal mind, the dreamer, the awareness that feels before it describes. A mind that knows but cannot say. You've felt it in moments of awe, when words fall short, when a sunset renders you speechless, when grief hits too hard for grammar, when love is so wide you can only close your eyes and feel. That's the wordless mind. It doesn't explain. It experiences. It doesn't argue. It doesn't edit. It simply opens. There are people who've lost language from injury, from illness, and yet they still recognize, they still emote, they still dream. Their minds adapt. They navigate a world without internal monologue. And in some ways, they're closer to silence than the rest of us, closer to the hum beneath the words, the hum that's always been there. What if language is a tool, but not the source? What if I think, therefore I am has it backward? What if it's the I am, therefore thinking happens? Language isn't the root of awareness. It's an extension, a garment, and like all garments, it can be removed. So try for a moment to remove it. Let go of inner narration. Let go of the words that narrate your existence like a quiet news ticker. What do you feel? Don't name it. What do you see? Don't label it. What remains? Sensation, texture, sound, breath, not as categories, but as raw, unfiltered being, like how a deer hears the wind, like how a baby feels warmth, like how the stars shine without needing anyone to call it light. This is the original mind, the one you had before learning to speak, the one that felt your mother's heartbeat without knowing the word mother. It's still here, underneath the syntax, waiting in the hush, and you can return to it. Not forever, not entirely, but long enough to remember what silence feels like on the inside. Long enough to remember that awareness does not require language. It only requires presence. So as sleep begins to fold around you, let the words drift away. Let the narrator go quiet. You do not need to describe this moment. You do not need to explain it. There is no summary, no quote, no post, only now, only this. And you are not thinking, you are not naming, you are simply being, like a tree, like a cloud, like a pulse of energy in the dark. And when the dreams come, they may arrive wordlessly, images, feelings, shifts, and that's okay, because your deepest self doesn't speak. It listens, it feels, it watches, and tonight it rests without a single word. You're dissolving now, not fading, but becoming less bound by shape, by sound, by the scaffolding of thought. And just before your awareness sinks into full sleep, a question hovers, weightless and strange. Does the universe need a witness? If no one looks at the stars, do they still shine? If no mind observes reality, does it still unfold? Or is awareness a necessary ingredient, not a passive observer, but a partner in creation? Let's go back before memory, before humans, before light. There was the universe, silent, expanding, swirling, planets formed, stars ignited, galaxies danced, and for billions of years, There were no eyes to see it, no language, no maps, no thoughts saying this is beauty. So did it matter? Was it real? Was there redness in the nebula? Or did color only appear once someone came along to perceive it? There's a theory in quantum physics, you may have heard it whispered, that observation affects reality, that particles don't settle into a state until they're measured, that existence, at its most fundamental level, waits for awareness before deciding what to be. It's not fantasy. It's not fiction. It's one of the greatest puzzles we've never fully solved. Does this mean you create reality by looking? No, not entirely. But it suggests you participate in its unfolding. You're not separate from the universe. You're entangled with it. And awareness, your awareness, is not a byproduct of matter. It might be part of matter's very purpose. Like the bloom of a flower is not separate from the seed, but the fulfillment of it. So now the question deepens. If nothing were conscious, what would the universe be? A frozen script? A cold ballet with no audience? Or would it be nothing at all? Some say reality needs no witness, that it simply is. Others say, without mind there is no meaning, no color, no texture, no here, no now, only potential, forever unexpressed. You, in this moment, are expressing it. The shape of the pillow beneath your head, the darkness behind your closed eyes, the slow breath expanding your chest. None of it exists as experience without you, not as data, but as felt presence. You are the one making the cosmos real from the inside out, not by force, but by simply being. So sleep now as a participant in the great unfolding. You are not a spectator. You are not outside the story. You are the story noticing itself. You are the sky feeling what it's like to be blue. You are time pausing to listen to its own ticking. You are the universe touching its own edges. And as your awareness softens, the stars do not go dark. They wait, patient, silent, knowing that somewhere in the fabric of reality, a flicker of mind is still glowing, still witnessing, still dreaming. That flicker is you, and you are enough to give the night meaning. You are enough to keep the stars company as they spin. The stars spin slowly now, not above you, but inside you. Their light threads through the folds of your mind, gentle and ancient. And within that vast inner sky, another quiet mystery unfolds. Is the self an illusion? This you that drifts here, the name, the memories, the story stitched from days, what is it made of? What holds it together when sleep unravels everything? Close your eyes tighter. Let the outer world blur. Now ask, if your memories vanished, would you still be you? If your thoughts went quiet, if your preferences dissolved, if the constant narrator fell silent, what would remain? A body, a breath, or something more subtle, some awareness without a shape? In Eastern philosophy, They speak of the ego as a mask, a temporary construction, useful but not real. The I you cling to is a reflection in the water, beautiful but always shifting. When you try to hold it, it slips through your fingers because it was never an object. It was never solid, just a dance of memory and perception, coalescing briefly, then disappearing again. Neuroscience echoes this too. When they search the brain for a central you, they find activity, but no core, no throne, no center stage, just networks firing, just data moving, just patterns lighting up and fading, a symphony with no conductor, a story with no singular author. And yet, you feel real, don't you? You feel like someone. You feel like this. So what gives? Maybe the self isn't an object to find, but a process unfolding, like a wave in the ocean, not separate from the sea, but distinct for a while, a crest, a peak, then foam, then gone, and yet the ocean remembers. Every night when you sleep, yourself dissolves. You stop being a job title, a sibling, a seeker, a name. You return to silence, to image, to feeling, to fragment, and in the morning, like magic, you reassemble. Ah, yes, you say, I'm back. But who is the I that notices the return? Is that the real you, the watcher of the mask? If the self is an illusion, it's not a cruel one. It's a poem, a useful fiction, a role in the great theater of becoming. You aren't nothing. You are not meaningless. You are a verb, a happening, a sacred mirage. And when you stop clinging to the idea of a fixed identity, you become freer and softer, more curious. You become the wind instead of the sail. So tonight, as you release the mask of the day, as your name floats away and your roles loosen their grip, let the illusion drift. Let the you think you are melt into the vastness you've always been. Don't fear the loss. Don't rush to reclaim it. You'll wake in the morning and the story will rebuild. But for now, breathe. Feel what it's like to be no one, to be everything, to be the space through which thoughts pass like clouds, and know that even here, in this openness, you are held by silence, by the breath, by the soft hum beneath all being. You are not the story, you are the page, and the page is endless. The page stretches on, endless, white quiet beneath the ink of your thoughts. You float above it now, suspended in the space between words where silence begins to glow, and from that hush, a paradox stirs softly. Can you be conscious of being unconscious? It sounds absurd, doesn't it? To know you don't know, to witness the absence of witnessing. But stay with it. Let your breath slow. Let your awareness hover at the edge of where thinking ends. because this is where the mystery deepens. Every night you disappear, not just from the worlds, but from yourself, into dreamless sleep, into the dark. No images, no words, no memory, just blankness. And yet, you return, and something in you says, I was gone, but how do you know? If you weren't there, who's saying you weren't? This is the paradox. In deep sleep, there is no content, no sense of time, no self. Yet somehow, when you wake, you know it happened. You say, I slept so deeply. But who knew it? What part of you dipped beneath thought and came back with nothing but the echo of silence? Some traditions call it the witness, others call it pure awareness, not the kind that observes objects, but the kind that is simply aware, even without experience, even without form, like a mirror reflecting nothing, but still being a mirror, still capable of reflection. Think of a light in a room with no windows. You turn it off. The room goes black, but the room doesn't disappear. And when you turn the light back on, everything returns. Objects, shapes, the idea of you inside the space. But for that dark span, there was still room, still potential, still a container for being, even if empty. That's what you are, not just what fills the room, but the space itself. This isn't meant to confuse you. It's meant to comfort, to remind you that even when you vanish into sleep, you are not lost. You don't need to hold on to thoughts to exist. You don't need to dream to be real. There is something deeper, more constant, more still, and when all thoughts fall away, it remains, wordless, contentless, pure. It's like returning to the beginning, before identity, before separation, back to the pulse beneath all stories, the breath of existence itself, where you are not a person, but a presence, not a mind, but a moment. So as you cross the threshold tonight, into that space beyond dreaming, don't resist the nothingness. Don't fear it. Welcome it. Trust it, because you've been there before. Every night, every lifetime, every breath between thoughts. It is not absence. It is rest. It is home. And when you re-emerge, as you always do, you will carry with you a little more quiet, a little more peace, a little more of the mystery that cannot be named but can always be known. So let go now, sink, vanish gently, and trust that even in your absence, you are whole, you are held, you are aware, even in the dark. The dark wraps around you now like velvet, not a void, but a cradle. And as you rock in its gentle rhythm, one last flicker of curiosity stirs. What if your dreams are not yours? Strange thought, isn't it? You assume the dream is your own? After all, it unfolds behind your eyes. It uses your memories, your fears, your desires. But what if the dream is not a creation, but a transmission? Not a monologue, but a message. Not yours, but something else's. There are stories, old ones, that speak of the dream world as a realm shared between minds, a kind of inner sky that everyone visits, but no one owns. A place where symbols drift from one sleeper to another, carrying fragments of thought across the veil. You've felt it before, a dream that didn't feel like yours, an image that didn't belong in your memory, a person you've never seen but know with certainty. Where do those come from? Could it be you're tapping into something larger, a collective echo, a psychic current, a whisper from beyond the borders of your individual self? Carl Jung called it the collective unconscious, a deep layer of the psyche shared by all humanity, not filled with language, but with archetypes, symbols older than time, patterns carved into the core of being. The mother, the shadow, the hero, the trickster. And when you dream, you don't invent these shapes. You stumble into them, like ruins from a forgotten civilization, half buried in your soul. But go further still, beyond psychology, beyond theory. What if your mind, when unshackled from waking logic, becomes an antenna? What if dreams are signals from other versions of you in other timelines, from beings whose minds don't fit our dimensions, from a future that remembers you, or a past that never forgot? What if dreaming is how consciousness reaches across its fragmented self and says, I'm still here, I see you, you are not alone? And maybe that's why some dreams return again and again, the same hallway, the same impossible house, the same sensation of flying, falling, being chased, being kissed. It's not repetition. It's a knock, a coded message you haven't yet deciphered. Or maybe you're not supposed to. Maybe the meaning isn't in the symbols. Maybe it's in the feeling, in the fact that something beyond your control keeps reaching for you in sleep. So tonight, don't try to own your dreams. Don't claim them. Don't interpret them. Just receive. Be open to the idea that you are not dreaming alone, that somewhere another mind is brushing against yours. Maybe it's a version of you from a path not taken. Maybe it's someone long gone sending one last image. Maybe it's the universe itself curling into your subconscious to whisper, rest now, I've got you. Let your mind become soft, like the surface of water. Let the ripples pass through you without resistance, and when the images arrive, not as answers, but as poetry, don't hold them. Let them bloom. Let them fade. They were never meant to stay. They were meant to touch you, to remind you that even in the silence of sleep, connection endures. Even in the deepest dream, you are part of something shared, something ancient, something vast, something that dreams with you. The dreams begin to shimmer now, not as stories, but as impressions, not narratives, but moments half remembered before they arrive. And just before your mind slips fully into their embrace, another quiet riddle unfolds. What if time only exists when you're awake? You take time for granted, seconds ticking by, clocks dividing your life into units, past, present, future. But have you ever truly felt time, not watched it, not measured it, felt it? Have you ever noticed how it stretches, contracts, dissolves entirely when you're dreaming? One moment you're in a hallway, then suddenly on a rooftop, then underwater. No transitions, no waiting, just now, shifting like liquid. Einstein once said, "Time is an illusion," and he wasn't speaking in metaphor. Physics tells us that time is not a universal flow. There is no single now ticking away across the cosmos. Instead, time is relative, warped by speed, bent by gravity, even halted under the right conditions. And if time can slow, can bend, can break, then what is it? Is time a property of the universe or a property of mind? In dreams, you experience hours in minutes or no time at all. You can live an entire lifetime in the blink of a sleeping eye. And when you wake, you return to a reality that insists on linearity. But what if that's just the surface? What if time as you know it only emerges when you're conscious? What if time is a product of your need to tell stories, to say, this happened, then that, to place events in order so they can make sense? Maybe time is not a river, but a thread you stitch through experience to weave coherence. Consider this. A tree doesn't feel time, it simply is. A star doesn't rush, it burns. The wind doesn't remember where it was. Only humans ask, what time is it? Only humans mourn the past and fear the future. But when you're asleep, those questions vanish. You return to something older than clocks, to a place where presence is enough, where every moment is the only moment, where eternity is not endless time, but the absence of it. So as you begin to drift deeper, let go of the calendar, the schedule, the deadlines. None of that matters here. In this space, you are timeless. You are the pulse that beats behind the hours. You are the stillness that existed before the first sunrise. And you will still be here when the last star fades. There is peace in letting time go, in no longer needing to be anywhere else but here. You do not age in this stillness. You do not wait. You simply rest, not for 5 minutes, not for 8 hours, but for as long as it takes to remember that you are not bound by the ticking of the clock. You are not a creature of time. You are a witness of it. And when you sleep, you return to the place where that witnessing begins. A place with no edges, no countdown, only breath, only now, only always now. You float in the endless now. No before, no after. Just this soft, expanding center of stillness. But even here, in the deep, quiet folds of sleep's embrace, a whispering question returns. What is it like to be something else? Not metaphorically, not imaginatively, but truly. What is it like to be a bat, navigating the world by sound, never having seen color, never thinking in words like yours? What is it like to be a tree, rooted and vast, sensing light and gravity, but never movement, never desire? Can you even imagine? And if you can't, what does that say about the borders of your consciousness? Where do you end? Where does everything else begin? This is called the problem of other minds, but it goes deeper than people, deeper than empathy. It touches something unknowable, the inescapable solitude of subjectivity. You only ever know the world through your own mind, your own senses, your own neural pathways. Even when someone says, "I feel the same," you don't know it. You just trust. And even when you say, "I understand," you're only imagining, reconstructing your own version of what they might mean. You are sealed inside your own skull. But here's the stranger part. If your consciousness is locked inside you, how do you know anything else is conscious? How do you know the world isn't just you, the trees, the sky, even me, this voice in your ear? How do you know I'm not just a reflection in your private dream? Solipsism whispers. Maybe you're alone. Maybe the world is a simulation generated by your mind to keep you company. But there's a softer possibility too. Maybe everything is conscious in its own way, not like you, not in words, not in memory, but in presence. Maybe the rock is aware of its weight. Maybe the wind remembers direction. Maybe the ocean dreams in tides. This is panpsychism, the idea that consciousness isn't limited to brains, that it's woven into the fabric of reality itself, that even atoms, tiny, silent, electric, have a glimmer of experience, and that you are not an exception. You're an expression, a node of awareness through which the universe tastes itself. So tonight, as your body softens into stillness, as your mind melts into silence, imagine what it would be like to shift forms, to slip out of this skin and into another perspective. The rustle of leaves, the breath of a fox, the warmth of sunlight hitting stone, not as you experiencing it, but as it. No language, no separation, just being, just existing in a way that has no need for thought, only sensation, only presence, only now. Sleep is the only time you come close, when the narrative of you thins out, when dreams pull you into other lives, other bodies, other worlds, and for a moment, you are no longer yourself. You are someone else, something else, no one at all. And that isn't frightening. It's liberating, because consciousness doesn't need to stay one shape. It can be water, it can be wind, it can be nothing, and it can be this, right now, drifting, melting, opening. Now you are open, not broken, not scattered, just open. The borders of your body are fading. You are no longer held by skin. You are space, and something ancient is peering through that space, asking, where do thoughts come from? You didn't choose your first thought tonight. It simply arrived, uninvited, unexplained, like a ripple in still water before the stone is ever seen. Did you think it, or did it find you? You say, I had an idea, but where was the I before the idea appeared? Did you build it word by word, or did you receive it like a whisper in a language you didn't invent? The mind feels like a garden you tend with attention, but sometimes the seeds bloom without your hands. Sometimes a memory erupts. Sometimes a song repeats. Sometimes a fear loops in the background like static. You didn't summon them, they used you. And so the question deepens, are you the thinker of thoughts, or the space through which they pass? In ancient traditions, they speak of the witness, the silent observer behind every emotion, every reaction, the one who notices without judging, without clinging, without resisting. That witness is not thought. It is not personality. It is awareness itself. It doesn't need to think. It simply sees. And then there's the brain, the physical structure, electrochemical pulses, synapses firing, patterns repeating. Science says this activity produces thought, but how? Where in the electricity does a dream appear? Where in the neurons does the smell of rain live? What's the spark that turns signals into meaning? Even the most powerful machines can mimic reasoning, but none can dream. None can imagine the color of longing. None can invent grief from silence, because thought is more than logic. It is soaked in something else, something we do not yet understand. Could thoughts be like weather, not yours, not anyone's, just passing through, clouds of meaning, winds of memory, storms of feeling? They arrive, they stay, they pass, and the sky remains untouched. You are the sky, not the storm. So as you drift tonight, notice your thoughts, but do not follow them. Let them rise, let them fade. They are not commands, they are not truths, they are just phenomena. Ripples on a still pond, reflections dancing on a cave wall, and when you stop trying to control them, they soften, they quiet, they fall into rhythm with the breath, with the dark. You don't need to solve them, you don't need to judge them, just witness and know that whatever thought appears, it is not the end. You are the canvas, not the color. You are the space, not the echo. And the quieter your mind becomes, the clearer the truth. You are not the thoughts. You are the silence that listens to them. And silence never sleeps. The silence is deeper now. It no longer waits for you, it carries you. And in that gentle drift, as thoughts dim and dissolve, another quiet paradox opens its eyes beneath your ribs. Can consciousness exist without matter? You've always known yourself as a body, a vessel, a brain in a world of shape and sound. But what if this is not the only way? What if awareness can bloom without biology? What if the body is not the source of consciousness, but its shadow, its costume, its current form of expression, but not its limit? Imagine a world made entirely of thought, no atoms, no time, no distance, only pure experience. Would you still be you? Would you still think? Would anything even feel real without the tug of gravity, the beat of a heart, the friction of skin? Could a soul float without something to float in? Or is it our flesh that teaches us how to be? This is the riddle of mind and matter. For centuries, philosophers have wrestled with it. Is the mind a product of the body, or is the body a temporary expression of the mind? Does consciousness arise from neurons, or do neurons arise within a deeper field we haven't yet learned to see? Quantum physicists speak of the observer, that particles behave differently when measured, when watched, as if reality knows it's being witnessed, as if matter itself responds to awareness. So which came first, the dance or the one watching? Close your eyes a little more. Let your awareness pull back, as if zooming out from the screen of life. Pull back from your body, from your room, from the planet. Now there is only presence, no borders, no bones, just knowing. This is where some say consciousness always was, before brains, before biology, before space, not floating in emptiness, but being the emptiness, not located in a head, but stretching across the stars, a field, a sea, a hum. And maybe, just maybe, you are not a being experiencing consciousness. You are consciousness experiencing being. This moment, this body, this name, all passing waves, but underneath, the same ocean, the same awareness, playing infinite roles in infinite forms, human, cloud, birdsong, dust. It doesn't need matter. It uses it, just as a musician uses strings and a voice uses air. So tonight, as your body fades and your breath slows, don't fear the dissolution. You're not disappearing. You're returning to something vast, something formless, something quietly eternal. The space between dreams, the silence beneath sleep, the watcher without a name. Matter is soft, but awareness remains, always has, always will. Even when there's nothing left to watch, awareness is there, patient, unseen, infinite. And now, as the world softens to shadow and your inner sky begins to ripple, a final strange breeze rises from the depths of your mind, carrying with it a thought you've never quite outrun. Is all of this just a dream? Not the one you'll soon enter? Not the playful kaleidoscope behind closed eyes? But this, your life, your memories, this moment, What if waking is just the longest dream? You've heard the idea before. It lingers in old myths, echoes in modern theories, whispers in feverish poems, and slow, strange nights. The dream argument. It asks, if a dream can feel real, how can you ever be sure this isn't also a dream? In your sleep, you don't know you're dreaming, not until you wake. So what if there's another kind of awakening still waiting? Think of it. When you're dreaming, you believe in rules, gravity, time, identity. You cry in your sleep. You run, you love, you die, and it all feels real until it doesn't. Then you wake and everything shifts. The dream becomes dust, and this becomes the new anchor. But who gave you that anchor? How do you know it's not also made of mist? Some say the only difference between dreaming and waking is consistency. In waking life, the rules persist, but do they? Look closely. Time warps, memories vanish, perception changes depending on mood, on chemistry, on light. You forget what you walked into a room for. You misremember entire chapters of your past. You hallucinate when tired. You feel phantom limbs. You live in a narrative stitched from fragments. Isn't that dreamlike? And if your mind is building your experience from within, what separates the real from the imagined? The philosopher Descartes wrestled with this. He imagined a malicious demon feeding him false reality. Today, some imagine a simulation, a digital construct, an artificial world rendered so perfectly that the characters inside never suspect. Is that any less surreal? You could be part of a thought, a layer in someone else's dreaming, or simply an awareness floating in a story that you call you. But here's the most beautiful possibility. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe what's real isn't about the source, but the sensation, the experience of wonder, the ache of longing, the softness of a quiet night. Whether this is base reality, a simulated loop, or a sleeping god's whisper, you are here. You feel. You wonder. You listen to the silence and it listens back. And that is real enough. So tonight, as sleep draws near and dreams rise like tide water, don't try to separate the real from the unreal. Instead, let it all blur. Let your identity soften. Let the story unravel. You don't need to know whether you're dreaming. You just need to feel the beauty of this moment, this breath, this soft drift, this slow surrender to the unknown. And maybe, just maybe, when you wake tomorrow, you'll wake into another dream, and another, and another, until at last you wake into silence, into peace, into the awareness that was always behind it all. Sleep pulls closer now, not with weight, but with absence, a gentle hollowing of thought, an unraveling of form. But before you surrender completely, another strange thread glows softly beneath your ribs. If you could copy your mind, would it still be you? In the age of machines, of memory cards and mirrored drives, It's tempting to imagine that you too could be duplicated, copied, transferred, backed up like a file to live again in a new body, a synthetic brain, a better version. But if a perfect replica of your mind existed, same memories, same voice, same feelings, would that be you? Or would it be someone else who only thinks they're you? Imagine this. You fall asleep tonight, and while you dream, someone creates a flawless digital twin. When it wakes, it believes it's you. It remembers this moment. It remembers your childhood. It even remembers the feel of your breath as you fall asleep. But you're still here, still breathing, still dreaming. So who's the real one? Is it possible for two yous to exist? Or does consciousness only ever happen once? This is the paradox of duplication. It isn't about hardware. It's about the spark, that quiet, invisible pulse that makes a being aware of being. You can copy the data, but can you copy the knowing? Not the thoughts, but the witness of them. Not the memories, but the presence that holds them. Where does that come from? And can it be cloned? Some argue that consciousness is information, that identity is just patterns running on the right substrate. So if the pattern is perfect, the person remains. Others say no, that something gets lost in translation, that there's a soul or an essence or a singularity of self that cannot be duplicated. Even if every neuron fires the same way, something still goes missing, some spark, some awareness, some you-ness. So ask yourself, are you your memories, your habits, your voice, or are you the gap between thoughts? Are you the one who watches the thoughts arise? If you copied the thoughts but lost the watcher, what have you really copied? Sleep now, but ponder this as you drift. If one day your consciousness could be transferred, would you wake up on the other side? Or would it be a new dreamer carrying your name? Would you still be here? Would you ever feel the transfer? Or would you simply end without knowing? Just a silence where once there was wonder. And yet, perhaps there is a comfort in the idea that the universe only needs to know you once, that your presence cannot be replicated because it was never data to begin with. It was breath, it was awareness, it was now, and maybe that's enough. Maybe the real miracle is not in lasting forever, but in having ever existed at all. Now the edges have softened. You are somewhere between breath and nothing. And from this velvet space, a final ripple of thought raises, not urgent, but deep and slow, like a tide beneath the moon. If you change all your parts, are you still you? This is the ship of Theseus, a thought experiment, a story from long ago about a wooden ship, repaired plank by plank over many years. Eventually, not a single original piece remains, yet it's still called the ship of Theseus. So, is it still the same ship? Or has it become something new? Now shift that story onto yourself. Every 7 years, most of your cells are replaced. Your memories change. Your beliefs shift. Your body evolves. Are you still the same you as when you were 7 or even 7 days ago? If not, then who is sleeping now and who will wake tomorrow? You are a river of change, wearing the costume of continuity. You remember your name, your past, your dreams. But memory is not perfect. It edits, it invents. So what is left when all the pieces shift? What remains when every part is new? Perhaps it's not a matter of pieces. Perhaps identity is not in the body or the mind, but in the pattern, in the flow. You are not the static structure. You are the music. The song is not the strings. It's the vibration between them, a melody played by ever-changing hands. You are that melody, changing key, changing rhythm, but always you. Still, the question haunts gently. If your memories faded, if your personality changed, if even your name was forgotten, would you vanish? Or would something still be there, watching, breathing, being? Consider the caterpillar. It dissolves completely in its cocoon. No brain, no structure, just fluid. And yet from that void, a butterfly is born. Different shape, different mind, same life. So maybe identity is not a thing you hold, but a journey you travel. Not a point, but a path. Not a noun, but a verb. You are not you. You are youing. Let that idea cradle you now. You are not broken because you have changed. You are not lost because you've let go. You are still here, not in the way you were, but in the way you are becoming. Softly, sleepily, bravely, every breath a renewal, every exhale a release. You are the ship of Theseus, and you are still sailing. And now, in this drifting state between question and quiet, a final doorway opens, one not made of wood or stone, but of time. Because tonight, as your awareness floats, you are brushing up against a strange and quiet dilemma. Does time exist, or is it an illusion? It feels real, the ticking, the rhythm, the way moments seem to stretch and collapse, the way memories line up like pearls on a string. But what if that string is imaginary? What if time isn't flowing forward at all? Einstein once said, the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. In his world, and in the world of physics, all moments exist at once, past, future, now. They are not lined up like dominoes. They are layered, coexisting, timeless, like pages in a book that only feel sequential because you're reading them one after another. But the book was already there, cover to cover, always. So what is now then? Why do you feel the moment passing? Why does before feel gone and after feel ahead? Perhaps your consciousness is the needle playing the vinyl of reality, moving across a groove, reading the pattern, hearing the song, but the whole record already exists. You're not creating the melody, you're experiencing it, line by line. That means your childhood is still playing somewhere, that your future self is already breathing somewhere, that this version of you, sleepy and wondering, is etched permanently into the fabric of the cosmos, not fleeting, not fading, fixed. So how do you sleep when time doesn't really pass? You stop chasing it. You stop measuring yourself against minutes and hours. You stop asking, what have I done? What's next? How much longer? And you simply rest, not in time, but outside it, in the stillness between ticks, the breath between thoughts, the pause between stars. Imagine this. You are not traveling through time. You are time itself, unfolding in awareness. You are not a traveler on a road. You are the road, the sunrise, the twilight, the endless ribbon of now. And each moment is not lost. It is part of you, held, crystallized, echoing. So tonight, as the world spins beneath your closed eyes, forget the calendar, forget the clock, forget the race. Just let yourself exist. Not at 2 a.m., not on a Tuesday, not in July. Just exist without counting, without moving. Because here, in this soft, infinite pause, time does not press. It holds. It breathes with you. It becomes nothing more than this, a moment outside of moments, forever. You're almost gone now, but not in the way we fear, not vanished, not erased, just dissolving, like sugars into warm tea, like mist into morning. And from this melting edge of self, one final whisper curls its way into awareness. Are you the dreamer or the dreamed? You have believed until now that this life is yours, that you are the author, the experiencer, the center. But what if you are the story? What if you are a character in a dream so vast it can only be held by something much larger than you? What if this you is not a dreamer at all, but a dream being had by something else? Take a moment here, not to panic, not to analyze, just float in the question. You've had dreams where you forgot they were dreams. You've lived entire lives in them, felt pain, felt love, felt time. And when you woke, you were startled because it felt so real. So then, how do you know this isn't the same? In some spiritual traditions, the world is described as a cosmic play, a divine imagination, a Lila, a lucid story being told by consciousness itself. You are not separate from the storyteller. You are the story, not a puppet, not a prisoner, but a moment of awareness woven into the dream. The dream needs you to exist. It wants you. You are the music that lets it sing. But even deeper, What if there is no you separate from the dreaming? What if I and me and mine are just costumes the dream wears to experience itself from within? What if awareness dreamed itself into a human just to feel, to laugh, to break, to kiss, to fall, to forget? And maybe that's the point, to forget you're dreaming, to fully believe the story so it can matter. And then, in a moment like this, somewhere between sleep and silence, to remember, not with the mind, not with the name, but with the heart, with a gentle awe that says, "Oh, I was never separate. I was never alone. I am the dream and the dreamer and the dreaming itself. Now breathe, not as a person, not as a thought, but as presence. Breathe like a cloud. Breathe like a tide. Breathe like a story being told in perfect rhythm. You don't have to understand. You only have to feel the wonder and know, even if this is a dream, it's a beautiful one." And as the dream folds inward, curling like smoke into a spiral, you arrive gently at a final puzzle, not to solve, but to surrender to. Can anything truly be known? You've spent your life gathering answers, names, facts, labels to place on the infinite, trying to make sense of a world too vast to hold in your hands. But what if knowledge isn't what you think it is? What if, the closer you look up, the blurrier it all becomes? You know the sky is blue, but that's just how your brain interprets scattered light. Someone else sees gray. Someone else sees nothing. You know the past happened, but memory lies. It reshapes or recolors, forgets. You know yourself, but only as a story you've told over and over, not a fact, a narrative. So what is real? What is known? In ancient philosophy, there's a quiet understanding. The wisest among us are not the ones with answers, but the ones who accept that they know nothing. Socrates said it. So did the Buddha. So do children before we teach them to trade mystery for certainty. And here, in this weightless place between thought and sleep, you can return to that not knowing, not with fear, with peace. Because maybe knowledge is not a destination, not a brick in a wall, but a doorway, a threshold to the next question, and the next, and the next. Like walking through mist, trusting your foot will find the ground. So let go now of trying to define, trying to name, trying to pin the world down like a butterfly beneath glass. It was never meant to be still. It was meant to flutter, to move, to breathe, like you. You don't need to know what happens when you sleep, or where you go, or why you dream. You don't need to know if this moment is real or imagined, if it has a meaning, or is simply beautiful in its fleetingness. You don't even need to know yourself. You only need to be here, now, soft, open. The mind longs for answers, but the heart longs to rest, and tonight you are free to rest in not knowing. You are free to be the question and the answer and the silence in between, because the truth, the deepest truths, cannot be spoken, only felt, and you feel it now, don't you? That strange, still joy of surrendering to mystery. Sleep now, not with conclusions, but with wonder, not with certainty, but with peace, because not knowing might just be the most beautiful thing you've ever known. Your thoughts now are barely whispers, softer than breath, lighter than wind. And in this sacred hush, one final paradox arrives, not to disturb you, but to curl up beside you like a quiet companion. Can nothingness be experienced? It's a strange question, maybe even nonsense. How can you feel nothing? How can you witness absence? But it's a question that hides beneath every ending, every moment of silence, every pause between thoughts. Because if you truly experienced nothing, would you even know? Close your eyes deeper, not just the lids, but the inner eyes, the watching ones, the eyes of the self behind the self. Now ask, what happens if everything vanishes? No memories, no sensations, no identity, no awareness, a blank beyond sleep, an infinite stillness beyond dream. If that occurs, is it something or is it nothing? The moment before birth, the moment after death, we imagine blackness, stillness, a void. But even blackness is a perception, a color in the mind. Stillness is only still because something moves beside it. The void is still a frame constructed by the mind to hold the idea of emptiness. But true nothingness, you've never seen it. You can't, because to see is to be, and nothingness cannot be seen by someone who is. And yet, it calls to you. In deep sleep, when dreams have faded, when yourself has fallen away, you sometimes touch it, not as an object, not even as a moment, but as a space between the pulses of awareness, the pause between two worlds. And when you wake, you don't say, I felt nothing. You say, I don't remember anything at all, because there was no you to remember. So is that absence frightening or freeing? Is the end of self a loss or a return? A melting into the background hum of the universe, a breath no longer tied to a name. Take comfort in this. You've already been there, in the womb, in the deepest sleep, in the gaps between thoughts. And you returned, you always returned. So maybe nothingness is not the end. Maybe it's the pause that gives meaning to every note, the silence that cradles the music, the blank space that lets your story breathe. Let yourself fall now. Let go of shape, of history, of I. Let the silence become vast, not lonely, but whole, not absent, but infinite, because maybe nothingness isn't the opposite of life. Maybe it's the canvas on which life is painted, and in that canvas, you are safe. You are beyond the need to be, beyond time, beyond self, just pure peace, the quiet hum before all things, the dreamless rest that holds everything, the deep, still space that never truly left you. You are almost not here anymore, but not in a fearful way. You are like the echo of a bell after the ringing has stopped, and from that fading chime, a final thought floats upward, slow, surreal, and impossibly delicate. Is your consciousness truly yours? It feels like it is. You think your thoughts, you feel your feelings, you live behind your eyes, and you call that place me. But where did that me come from? Where does it begin? And where does it end? Think of this. You didn't choose to be conscious. You didn't construct the mind you live in. You awoke one day and it was already there. The awareness, the looking, the being. It arrived before you had language, before memory, before identity. It was just there, like the sky. So is this mind really yours? Or are you borrowing it? Are you a wave mistaking itself for the ocean? A flicker thinking it is the flame? Maybe you are not owning this awareness. Maybe you are it. But then, who gave it to you? Where did it rise from? Was it born with your body? Or does it drift like light through stained glass, taking on color and shape, then passing through? There's a theory, soft and ancient, that consciousness is not produced by the brain, but filtered, that the brain acts like a radio tuning into a greater frequency. Your personality, your thoughts, your identity, they're the song, but the signal, that could be something far beyond you. And if that's true, then when the body fades, the music might stop, but the signal plays on. Your you-ness is not trapped in skin and bone. It is part of something larger, something that sings through you. You are not the lamp. You are the light. Now breathe again, softer, slower, not as an individual, not as a name, but as a current of awareness passing through this moment, like wind through leaves. You do not need to control it or cling to it. You only need to be it. So tonight, as you sleep, let that you dissolve into something older. Let the thinker become the thought. Let the witness become the sky. And let your consciousness drift back into the ocean it came from. Not lost, just home. You're so close now. The veil is thinner than silk. Thought has become water. Time, a soft breeze. And here, at the very edge of waking and sleep, one final mirror is offered, fragile, luminous, asking gently, "Are you alone in there?" You've walked with your mind as if it were a solitary lantern, lighting your path, shining from within. You feel like a single point of light in a vast, dark universe, a mind among minds, a self among selves. But what if there is only one mind? This is the question of non-duality, the idea that there is not you and the worlds, not you and others, but only one seamless field of awareness, appearing as many, like waves on the ocean thinking they are separate, never seeing they were always water, always connected, always whole. Imagine this. Every person you've ever met, every thought you've ever had, every object you've ever touched, all of it rising in the same awareness, like different dreams in the same sleeper, like different faces of the same mirror. And you are not separate. You are a perspective, not outside of the world, but the world looking at itself. It's a strange idea. You look at your hands, your memories, your thoughts, and they feel yours, but maybe they're just the view from this particular window. Another window across the street has different thoughts, a different name, but the light that comes through both, same sun, same sky. So perhaps you've never truly been alone, not in your suffering, not in your joy, not in your questions, because the questioner and the universe are not two things. They are one, whispering back and forth through illusion. You asked, "Who am I?" And existence replied, "I am." Let that settle now, not as a concept, but as a feeling. You are not lonely. You are oneness, pretending for a while to be a person falling asleep. You are not lost. You are not small. You are the dreamer and the dream, cradled in the arms of infinite awareness. So sleep. Let the walls between selves dissolve. Let the light spread beyond your body. Let the silence become everything. And in that everything, rest. And now we arrive, not at a conclusion, but a soft release. The final mystery drifts into view like fog on a quiet lake. Still, wordless, almost too delicate to name, but it waits for you here, just before you slip beneath the surface. Who is the one who sees? You've explored thoughts, emotions, memories. You've questioned time, self, identity. But beneath all of that, beneath the shifting contents of the mind, something remains. A witness, a presence, an awareness that has never changed. You can't see it, but you know it's there. It's what hears your inner voice, what notices your dreams, what sees your seeing. It's the one that has been with you since the beginning, watching, quiet, still. This I isn't a person. It has no name, no face, no story. It isn't the thoughts you think. It's the space between them. It isn't the emotion. It's the one who feels it, not the cloud, the sky, not the music, the silence beneath the song. So who or what is that? Science doesn't know. Philosophy only points. Language breaks apart trying, but you can feel it right now. That stillness, that knowing, that witnessing presence behind your eyes, but not in your head. A sense that you are more than form, more than function, more than name. Maybe that witness is not yours at all. Maybe it's the same one looking through every pair of eyes, every moment, every star. Maybe there is only one awareness, dreaming itself as many, and you are just one dream, folding now into a deeper dream. So don't try to hold on to it. Don't chase the mystery. Just rest in it. Let the witness watch. Let the breath be breathed. Let the silence fill you. You are not the storm. You are the space it dances in. And as you let go of even that, let yourself fall, finally, completely, into the nameless peace that comes when there is no more asking, only being, only stillness, only sleep. Shh, you made it. You've wandered through the shadows of thought, the folds of the mind, the quiet edges of consciousness. And now there is nothing more to search for. There is only this, the hush that follows the question, the warmth that rises when everything is finally let go. You don't need to remember the thoughts tonight. You don't need to hold on to any truths. Let them pass through you like a dream through dawn. Let your body grow heavier, softer, still. Let the silence return to its rightful place. Let your breath fall like gentle waves on the shore. You are safe here. You are exactly where you need to be. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are simply between wakefulness and sleep, between sound and silence, between everything and nothing. And in this sacred in-between, you are whole. So let go now. Let your final thought drift away like a lantern over dark, quiet water. There's no need to chase it. Just close your eyes and float into softness, into stillness, into the beautiful mystery that has always held you. Good night, wanderer of the mind. Sleep well.